Mr. Nelson, you may close for the defense.
May it please the court, counsel, Mr. Chauvin, members of the jury. I want to take this opportunity first to thank each and every one of you for your service, your diligence, and your attention to this matter. We all recognize the disruption that jury service places on your personal and professional lives, especially in a case of this magnitude and duration. And so on behalf of Mr. Chauvin, I want to thank each and every one of you for your attention and service to this jury. I'm going to apologize if I get a little long-winded, because I get one bite at the apple here. The state has an opportunity to rebut my statement after this. There's so very much we need to cover. There's so very much we need to talk about, and it is all important. Before I begin my review of the evidence in this case, I would like to address two very crucial points of law, and they were touched on by the state. The presumption of innocence and what proof beyond a reasonable doubt means. The presumption of innocence, the defendant is presumed innocent. That's the starting point. He's presumed innocent of these charges, and this presumption remains with him throughout the course of the trial, the presentation of the evidence, throughout the course of your deliberations, until and unless the state has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant does not have to prove his innocence. We talked about this in jury selection. We talked about the starting point. The defendant doesn't have to try to catch up. He starts at the presumption of innocence. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Here's the definition that the judge just read you. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is such proof as ordinary prudent men and women would act upon in their most important affairs. A reasonable doubt is a doubt that is based upon reason and common sense. It does not mean a fanciful or capricious doubt, nor does it mean beyond all possibility of doubt. The law recognizes three standards of proof. The preponderance of the evidence is the first and lowest standard. Clear and convincing evidence is the next standard. And the third standard is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And the way we lawyers sometimes illustrate what these three standards mean is through the scales of justice, right? The scales of justice equally balanced. When you apply the standard of the preponderance of the evidence, it's also called the scintilla of the evidence. A single grain of sand tips the scales in the favor of one party or the other. And this burden of proof is used in many civil cases. If the state wants to take away your driver's license, for an example, that is the burden of proof that the state has in that type of a case. They have to just ever so slightly convince the finder of fact that their evidence supports their action. The next standard is clear and convincing evidence. I mean, that's pretty self-explanatory, right? It is clear evidence, and it convinces you, the finder of fact, that the action is correct. This is the standard of proof that is used if the state wants to take away your children. Clear and convincing evidence. It tips the scales more in the favor of one party over the other. The highest standard in this country is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Essentially, what the state has to convince you is that the evidence in this case completely eliminates any reasonable doubt. Or in other words, leaving only unreasonable doubt. Capricious, fanciful. Capricious doubt, capricious means unpredictable. Fanciful, space aliens flew in, inhabited the body of Derek Chauvin, and caused this death. That's fanciful. Beyond the reasonable doubt. It is the highest standard in the law. Doesn't mean beyond all possibility of doubt, because I suppose space aliens may have been inhabiting his body, but that's obviously fanciful and capricious. So these two standards, the presumption of innocence and proof beyond a reasonable doubt, work in concert with each other. You start with the proposition that Mr. Chauvin is innocent of these charges. The state has to advance substantial evidence to convince you that the only doubts that are remaining are unreasonable doubts. As you analyze the evidence in this case, you would simply have to find that any defense that has been advanced is unreasonable. That's what this standard is all about. I want to take this opportunity also to talk to you about the importance of reading the entire instruction. Because I've seen, and lawyers, and I'm going to do it too, right? We pick and choose those things that help us make our case and help us argue our case. That's our job as lawyers, is to point out words and the difference in the case, and to take that evidence and present it to you in such a way that it supports our proposition. That's what we do. That's why you are instructed that if your memories of the evidence is different, that if the judge's law is what applies. But take the time to carefully read the entire instructions. Throughout the course of this trial, you've seen us do this, right? Little snippets. A second here, a second there, a screenshot here, a screenshot there. You need to review the entirety of the evidence in this case during the course of your deliberations as well. And I can tell you that some of the videos that we've seen, they're much longer than what was presented in court. There's additional information, and you're going to see some of that as we go through this case today. So take the time and conduct an honest assessment of the facts of this case, compare it to the law as the judge instructs you, and the entirety of the law. That's why the instructions tell you, consider the instructions as a whole. I've told you that lawyers like to present evidence that favors them, right? But we have to be intellectually honest about the evidence. We have to present it in an honest and intellectually cohesive and coherent manner. And I have to address something that I think is important. And I think it is a prime example of what I am asking you and what is your obligation to do, to look at the evidence in light of all of the other pieces of evidence, right? So you heard during the testimony of Dr. Fowler that one of the things that he considered is the possibility that carbon monoxide was present and could have contributed to an environment that created an oxygen deprivation. You heard that testimony. In rebuttal to that testimony, the state brought Dr. Tobin back in, and he told you, we can completely disregard that. We know as a fact, we know conclusively that Mr. Floyd did not have carbon monoxide because his oxygen was saturated to 98%. And you just heard the state say, just like I am right here, right? So it stands to reason. I could get up in front of you and I could argue to you, we know this wasn't asphyxiation because George Floyd had a 98% oxygen level. How could he have been asphyxiated at the hospital with a 98% oxygen level? But that's not intellectually honest. It doesn't stack up against the rest of the evidence because of what we know, right? We heard the testimony of Seth Bravender and Derek Smith, the paramedics. We heard the testimony of Dr. Langenfeld. They came in and they said they began resuscitative efforts. They introduced oxygen, an oxygen supply. They're manually breathing for him. They're re-oxygenating his blood. So when you look at that piece of evidence, when you look at a piece of evidence like that, you have to compare it against all of the other evidence. Because you can't come in and say, George Floyd, on one hand, George Floyd died of asphyxiation, but he has a 98% oxygen level, right? His blood is oxygenated. Then stands to reason the opposite is true as well. You can't come in and say, I can conclusively prove that Mr. Floyd didn't have carbon monoxide in his blood because he had this high oxygen saturation. You test one statement against the evidence of other people and you compare it. That is what you as jurors are obligated to do and what I am asking you to do. Compare the evidence against itself. Test it. Challenge it. Compare it to the law. Read the instructions in their entirety. Start from the point of the presumption of innocence and see how far the state can get. I submit to you that the state has failed to meet its burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Mr. Chauvin has been charged, as the state indicated, with these 3 charges, and the judge has instructed you. Count 1 is second-degree murder while committing a felony. It's also called the felony murder rule in Minnesota. Kind of the textbook example is I run into a liquor store, I pull a gun, I'm intending to rob the liquor store. My gun goes off, I shoot and kill the teller. I didn't intend to go in and murder that person, but the death of that teller occurred while I was committing a felony. That's the felony murder rule. He's been charged with murder in the 3rd degree for performing an intentional act that was eminently dangerous. Right? You've seen the instructions, you've heard them. And manslaughter in the 2nd degree. Again, the law has all of the words, it defines the words you need, and the instructions should be considered in their entirety. Whenever I meet with a client, I try to explain what the elements are, and this is the analogy that I use. I say that a criminal case is kind of like baking chocolate chip cookies. You have to have the necessary ingredients. You've got to have flour and sugar and butter and chocolate chips and whatever else goes into those chocolate chip cookies. If you have all of the ingredients, you can make chocolate chip cookies. But if you're missing any one single ingredient, you can't make chocolate chip cookies. It's a simple kind of analogy. But the criminal law works the same way. We say, we call the ingredients the elements. The state has the burden of proving each and every element beyond a reasonable doubt. Not just some global proposition that they've proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt. They have to prove each of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt. And if you determine that they have done so, you convict. But if they are missing any one single element, it is a not guilty verdict. And you saw the spreadsheet that the state put up, right? The elements are a little different in each of these cases. And some of these elements will take less of your consideration. You will have to look at the evidence, and you will have to, for example, determine is Cup Foods in the city of Minneapolis, is Minneapolis in the county of Hennepin, is Hennepin County in the state of Minnesota? Did this happen on May 25th, 2020? Right? It's going to take less of your consideration, but nevertheless, you have to do that. You have to go through that process. Two of the elements that I want to focus on during the course of my discussion here today, two of these elements are common throughout, or two of these issues are common and apply to all three counts. And so I want to focus my remarks today on those two issues. The first, were Mr. Chauvin's actions an authorized use of force by a peace officer, right? Because in the instructions, it specifically tells you no crime is committed if it was an authorized use of force, period, end of discussion. The second is an element that is and does appear in all three counts. That is the cause of death. What caused Mr. Floyd's death? And we're going to talk about that second. So, let's start with the concept of reasonable force. As the instructions read in their entirety, no crime is committed if a police officer's actions were justified by the police officer's use of reasonable force in the line of duty in effecting a lawful arrest or preventing an escape from custody. The kind and degree of force a police officer may lawfully use in executing his duties is limited by what a reasonable police officer in the same situation would believe to be necessary. Any use of force beyond that is not reasonable. To determine if the actions of the police officer were reasonable, you must look at those facts which a reasonable officer in the same situation would have known at the precise moment the officer acted with force. You must decide whether the officer's actions were objectively reasonable in light of the totality of the facts and circumstances confronting the officer and without regard to the officer's own subjective state of mind, intention, or motivations. The defendant is not guilty of a crime if he used force as authorized by law, and to prove guilt, the state must further prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant's use of force was not authorized by law. So, if you remember from my opening statements and how I talked about reason and common sense, right? The reasonable police officer standard. I want to just briefly add one thing here, is the standard is not what should the officer have done in these circumstances. It's not what could the officer have done differently in these circumstances. The standard is what were the facts that were known to this officer at the precise moment he used force, and considering all of the totality of circumstances and facts known to the officer, what would a reasonable police officer have done? You have heard from numerous experts, police use of force experts, the training department from the Minneapolis Police Department. You've heard from police officers, street police officers, Sergeant Edwards, Sergeant Pluger, right? So you've heard from these people, and they have given you their opinions at various stages as to the reasonableness of the use of force. But one of the things that one of the things that all of these police officers effectively agreed to is that when you look at the question of what would a reasonable police officer do, knowing the facts of the case, there are things that a police officer is entitled to take into consideration above and beyond the facts, right? Their training, the training that they receive, their experience as a police officer, the department's policies on the use of force. And all of these things kind of lead into the question of, most critically, what are the facts that were known to the police officer, the reasonable police officer, at the precise moment the force was used? So you can start at a very high level, right? What were the reasonable police officer's knowledge of the area be? Is this a high crime location? Is it a low crime area? Those are things, those are facts that a police officer would know. What are the specifics of the location of arrest, right? Am I going into a densely populated urban environment, or am I in a kind of a secluded backyard, right? Officer is calculating these pieces of information and assessing the risk, assessing the threats. Officers are entitled to kind of take into consideration things that you and I don't think about. Their tactical advantages, their tactical disadvantages. They can take into consideration the scene security, keeping the scene secure, and security of the scene, right? Those are two different concepts. So kind of, again, focusing back into what facts were known at the precise moment force is used, you can then take into consideration kind of this mid-range level of information. A reasonable officer wants to keep his fellow officers safe. A reasonable police officer takes into consideration the safety of civilians. The reasonable police officer takes into account the safety of the person that they are arresting. They take into account what resources do I have based upon how close am I to a hospital? What's the expected time if I call EMS? Because a reasonable police officer at times, they got to put the person in their squad car sometimes and take them because they're farther away. Calling for help, bringing help in would take longer than it would simply to take the person directly. And then you look at the direct knowledge that a reasonable police officer would have at the precise moment force was used. That includes information that they gather from dispatch, their direct observations of the scene, the subjects, and the current surroundings. They have to take into consideration whether the suspect was under the influence of a controlled substance. They can take into consideration, because again, this is a dynamic and ever-changing, just like life. Things change. It's a dynamic situation. It's fluid. They take into account their experience with the subject at the beginning, the middle, the end. A reasonable police officer tries to predict, or is at least cognizant and concerned about, future behavior based upon past behavior. But the unpredictability of humans factors into the reasonable police officer's analysis too. Because sometimes reasonable police officers take someone into custody with no problem, and suddenly they become a problem. It can change in an instant. A reasonable police officer will take into consideration his immediate surroundings. Are there bystanders? Are there civilians? A reasonable police officer will take into consideration who he is at the scene with. Are these veteran officers? Are they rookie officers? What do I know about my partners and my partner's abilities? So throughout the course of this trial, the state has focused your attention on 9 minutes and 29 seconds. The proper analysis is to take those 9 minutes and 29 seconds and put it into the context of the totality of the circumstances that a reasonable police officer would know. And the proper analysis starts with, what did the officers, or what would a reasonable officer know at the time of dispatch? Well, these are records that are kept. They've been introduced. You can look at them. This is Exhibit 151. This is the computer-aided dispatch report. You heard the testimony of Jenna Scurry, the 911 dispatcher. This is information that they are passing out to the officers. You will see that the initial information that a police officer has in his squad car, looking at his computer or hearing over the radio, was that on May 25th, 2020, at 20:02:13, so that's 8:02:13, a business, Cup Foods, who police officers have the obligation to respond to these calls, whether it be from a person or a business, but a citizen of the state of Minnesota, Minneapolis, runs a business, and they called for assistance. And they told the officers, the reporting party, there is a male who provided a counterfeit bill to the business. He's 6 feet tall or higher. He's sitting on top of a blue Mercedes ML320 SUV. The license plates also appears this subject is under the influence. So the analysis of what a reasonable police officer would know in this circumstance is that a business is requesting its help. The suspect is still there. He's large, and he's possibly under the influence of alcohol or something else. So the analysis begins at 8:02 and 13 seconds. You may recall the testimony of Jenna Scurry as well, and it's not reflected in this exhibit pretty well, but in the evidence, exhibit number 10, you can hear the audio recording of the dispatch, Jenna Scurry to the officers. Jenna Scurry informed you that initially Officer Chauvin was assigned to this call on a Code 3 Priority 1 basis. It's Code 3, get their lights and sirens, get there fast, right? It's Priority 1 because the suspect is still on scene. So per the Minneapolis Police Department policy, get there fast, the person is on scene, right? That's what she testified. And then very quickly after that, that occurred at 8:04 and 28 seconds. Then what you see is what she told you was that the sector car 320, that's the car that patrols this part of the city, said, hey, we can take this call, and Officer Chauvin and Officer Tao were canceled from the call, right? So they were canceled from the call, and sector car 320, Officers King and Lane took it, and that occurred at 8:05 and 11 seconds. When Officer King and Lane took it over, you can hear, again, you can go back and you can listen to that audio of that dispatch, and you can hear them talking to each other. Officers King and Lane arrive at the Cup Foods at 8:08 and 20 seconds. So now we see police officers are responding. They're on scene at 8:08. Both Jenna Scurry and Peter Chang described that during the course of the interaction between the initial interaction between Officers King and Lane and Mr. Floyd, through dispatch they heard what sounded like the sounds of a struggle. Jenna Scurry described she's trained to listen. She heard these sounds of a struggle, and she aired out on her own. Other officers need to respond, code 3, to assist Officers King and Lane, right? So a reasonable police officer, he's going emergent to a scene, he gets canceled from the scene, he's now being told that other officers need assistance, and step it up, get there fast. So you can see again, based on the records, that at 8:10:08, 20:10:08, backed up 320 with 330, right? So now 330 is Officer Chauvin and Tao. They're backing up Officer King and Lane. And you can see Peter Chang respond at 8:10 and 21 seconds. You hear 320 taking one out. So that means they're removing someone from the vehicle at 8:11:02. The scene is ultimately C4, code 4, all clear at 20:12:21. So literally this demonstrates to you a couple of things. How quickly a situation can change from second to second, minute to minute. They went from get there fast, back off. Get there faster because someone needs help. It's clear. The situation is dynamic and it's fluid. They're provided with information that an officer needs assistance. They testified about the sound of a struggle, right? And if you recall, Sergeant Steiger specifically said all of this information would be known to a reasonable police officer. And it goes into and factors into the reasonableness of the use of force. Ultimately, Officer Chauvin and Officer Tao arrive at Cup Foods. Just pause this for 1 second here. Sorry. When we look at Officer, I just have to give you a little piece of information. When we look at Officer Chang's video, Officer Chang arrives first. You see the time is 1:16:33 Zulu. That's Greenwich Mean Time. Subtract 5 from 1 a.m., get you back to 8. So, Officer Chauvin and Officer Lane pull up. 8:16. Go over there.
Okay, just stay put, all right? I don't want anybody near his car.
Information gathering in terms of this assessment and reassessment of, again, the decision-making process of a police officer, right? Don't come over here where I am, Officer Chang says. Go over there. They need your help. Because what at that point, at that precise moment, they don't know what's happening over at the squad car. They don't know that Officers King and Lane struggled with Mr. Floyd, getting him out of the car, that they sat him down, that they stood him up, that they walked over. They haven't seen any of this information, and there's no evidence to suggest that they had. So that doesn't factor into the information. It's, again, a reasonable police officer. What do they know? And they don't know that. But they're starting to get some indication, hey, go over there, right? Go over there. You can see right at about 8:17, and I apologize for the quality of the picture, Officer Chauvin is arriving and walking up to the squad car. So what would a reasonable police officer see in this instance? What a reasonable police officer would see could be defined, because again, a reasonable police officer has to be aware of his department policies: active aggression or active resistance. Let's call it active resistance. A response to police efforts to bring a person into custody or control for detainment or arrest. A subject engages in active resistance when engaging in physical actions or passive resistance based on policy, training, etc. This is an officer's consideration of, again, the use of force. All of these things factor into it. So what does he see? He sees Officers King and Officer Lane struggling with Mr. Floyd, attempting to put him into the car. He hears the words that Mr. Floyd is saying at that point. I'm claustrophobic. I'm a good guy. I'm a good man. I'm claustrophobic. I just had COVID, right? He's hearing this information. He's observing with his eyes. A reasonable police officer is observing this with his eyes and his ears and assessing what he sees pursuant to policy. And what he sees, at a minimum, is active resistance. Mr. Floyd's not just simply getting in the back seat of the car. So let's watch. What does Officer Chauvin see when he walks up? This is from his body camera from 8:17 and 21 seconds to 8:18 and 15 seconds. Just shy of a minute.
You can't win. I'm not trying to win. Don't get in the car. Don't get in the car. He know it. He know it too, Mr. Officer. Y'all hear me? Don't do me like that, man. Please. Okay, can I talk to you, please? So you get in the car. We can talk. I am claustrophobic. I'm claustrophobic, man. You're working with me. God, I'm claustrophobic, man. Can we get in the front? Please. No, you're not in the front. I'm claustrophobic. Get in the car. Okay. I'm not a bad guy, man. Get in the car. I'm not a bad guy. You ain't gonna win. Please. Please, man. Please. Hold on, no. You take the seat. Hold on. I can't choke. I can't breathe. Please. My wrist, man. Please. I can't take that, man.
By 8:18 and 15 seconds, Officer Chauvin has not laid a finger on Mr. Floyd, but he's observing, and a reasonable police officer is doing this. He walks onto a scene. He sees active resistance occurring, potentially active aggression occurring. He has two other officers. He has not intervened. But again, based on the policies and the training that you have seen, what were his options available to him at that time? If a person is actively resistant in the center, distraction techniques, controlled takedowns, conscious neck restraints. Can you clear that here? Right. These are options available to Mr. Chauvin at this point. He has, per his training, these techniques at his disposal. A reasonable police officer would be making these observations. He would observe the white foam around Mr. Floyd's mouth. He would consider the possibility that this person was under the influence of something. Basically, using the information from dispatch, making these observations, how is he analyzing this? How would a reasonable officer analyze this, and what would be known to a reasonable officer? A reasonable officer would look at the size of the person and assess that person's size in relation to his own size. Because it's a part of the risk threat analysis, right? That we've heard about so much. A reasonable officer would know that these are two rookies putting this man in the car. In fact, as the evidence established, Mr. Chauvin trained one of the officers. So a reasonable officer may step back at this point to see if these two guys can get this under control. A reasonable officer will hear the words that the suspect is saying. I'm a good guy, I'm a good guy, I'm a good guy, I'm claustrophobic. And he's going to compare those words to the actions of the individual, right? Because this is part of the analysis. Because I can say, I'm going to cooperate with you, I'm going to do whatever I want. But if my behavior is inconsistent with what I am saying, a reasonable officer takes that into consideration. In fact, a reasonable officer who's aware of his department policies knows the de-escalation policy that is in place. And part of what a reasonable officer has to do is to consider whether a subject's lack of compliance is a deliberate attempt to resist or an inability to comply based on these factors: medical conditions, mental impairment, developmental disability, physical language, language barrier, influence of drugs or alcohol, or behavioral crisis. So an officer, a reasonable officer, has to take the information and assess, is this suspect purposefully or intentionally, deliberately trying to thwart our efforts to take him into custody, or are they experiencing one of these other types of factors? But such consideration, when time and circumstances reasonably permit, shall then be balanced against the incident facts when deciding which tactical options are the most appropriate to resolve the situation safely. So again, a reasonable officer, based on the totality of these circumstances, is going to take all of this information in, all of these policies, all of these training ins, and a reasonable officer at that point would conclude that the amount of force that was being used by officers King and Lane was insufficient, was not enough use of force to overpower Mr. Floyd's resistance to getting into the car. He's seen it, he's heard it, he's familiar with the policies, and so at precisely 8:18 and 15 seconds, Officer Chauvin goes hands-on. Officer King, Officer Lane, and Officer Chauvin struggled, fought, whatever adjective you want to use. They struggled with Mr. Floyd from 8:18 till 8:19 and 12 seconds. About a minute, a little over a minute. It doesn't really seem that it's that long of a time, but again, the amount of physical exertion. Remember how Sergeant Jody Steiger described this. When the apparent attempts to get him into custody were futile. I wrote his quote down. The futility of their efforts became apparent. They weren't able to get him into the car. 3 Minneapolis police officers were not able to get Mr. Floyd into the car. They themselves are experiencing that surge of adrenaline. A reasonable police officer will be experiencing that surge of adrenaline. And again, balancing all of the evidence against each other, right? Let's look at 3 different angles of this struggle. This is Officer King's body camera.
I'm going down. I'm going down. I'm going down.
Get in the squad.
I'm going down. I'm going down. I'm not going to leave you. Bro, you walked down a heart attack. I know. Hey, breathe. Get in the car. I just got COVID, man. I can't breathe. Take a seat. Please, man. Please listen to me.
Is he going to jail?
Listen to me.
He's under arrest right now for forgery.
I tell you.
Can we figure out what's going on?
Forgery for what? Take him out. For what? Please, man. I can't fucking breathe.
Hey, come on out.
Look at you. Thank you. Thank you.
Get him down on the ground. Yeah, on the ground. On the ground.
My wrist.
He's under arrest for forgery. Forgery for what? This is the video of the same time period from Officer Lane.
I'm on the ground. I'm on the ground. I'm on the ground. Get in the squad. I'm on the ground. I'm on the ground. I'm going down. I'm going down. I'm going down. I'm going down.
Squad.
I'm going down. I'm going down. I'm not going to breathe. I know I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Take my oxygen back.
I'm just COVID, man. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Please, man. Please listen to me.
Is he going to jail?
Listen to me.
He's under arrest right now for forgery.
I tell you.
Can we figure out what's going on?
What?
Take him out and just
For what?
MRE.
Please, man. I can't fucking breathe.
Hey, come on up.
Look at you. Thank you. Thank you.
Get him down on the ground.
Yeah, just when you get up there.
On the ground.
I appreciate that.
Officer Tao.
Okay. I'm on the ground. I'm on the ground. I'm on the ground. I'm going down. I'm going down. I'm going down. I'm not gonna run, man. Right. I know I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
You're talking and oxygen back. Not breathe.
I just had COVID, man. I can't breathe. I can't.
Is he going to jail? He's under arrest right now for forgery.
I can't.
Can we figure out what's going on?
What?
Take him out and just.
For what? Please, man. I can't fucking breathe.
Hey, come on out.
Look at you. Thank you. Thank you.
Get him down on the ground.
Yeah, just when you get up there.
On the ground.
I appreciate that.
A reasonable police officer understands the intensity of the struggle. You can see at points when Mr. Floyd's legs kick back, it actually almost knocks Officer Lane over. Right? It knocks off the body-worn camera and the badge of Officer Chauvin in this struggle. A reasonable police officer would understand this situation, that Mr. Floyd was able to overcome the efforts of 3 police officers while handcuffed with his legs and his body strength. A reasonable police officer standard can be seen in another way, from the milestone camera. And this is what caught the attention of the 911 dispatcher, Jenna Scurry. She said she observed the struggle and the vehicle rocking back and forth, back and forth. Watch the vehicle. reasonable police officers will consider their training, right? And before we talk about the training again, there's something that I think is really important to understand. Two things, actually, at this moment. Not a single use of force expert that testified, not a single police officer who testified said that anything up until this point was unlawful or unreasonable. It was reasonable for these officers to put them into Mr. Floyd into the squad car. It was reasonable. The efforts that they took to overcome his resistance were reasonable. Every single expert agrees that to this point, nothing is contrary to policy, training, defensive tactics, crisis intervention, all reasonable. It's at the point that Mr. Floyd is brought to the ground that there becomes dispute about the reasonableness of the use of force and what a reasonable officer would know. It was Seth Stoughton, the law professor, who said at the point Mr. Floyd came out of the car, putting him on the ground was unreasonable. So, was it reasonable for Officer Chauvin or a reasonable police officer to put Mr. Floyd on the ground in that instance? So a reasonable police officer is going to rely on his training and information, his evidence, what he knows, all of the information he's built up to this point. You heard Lieutenant Mercil testify about how about 15 years ago the Minneapolis Police Department went to ground defense tactics, getting people on the ground to control them, control the head, control the body. Different types of moves that the police use to create and eliminate space. Escape versus control. Those are two different things. These are the tactics that have been employed by the Minneapolis Police Department for 15 years. Why? Because it's safer for the officers and it's safer for the suspects. It keeps people contained, controlled, and confined until they no longer are resisting. A reasonable police officer would also consider his department's policies, including the use of non-deadly force policy. Force that does not have the reasonable likelihood of causing or creating a substantial risk of death or great bodily harm. This includes, but is not limited to, physically subduing, controlling, capturing, restraining, or physically managing a person. This is the policy, 5-302 of the Minneapolis Police Department, that non-deadly force can be used to physically manage a person. And again, every single person has agreed that the use of force up to this point is reasonable, lawful, and meets the reasonable officer standard. And so we get into the 9 minutes and 29 seconds at this point. And the state has really focused on the 9 minutes and 29 seconds. 9 minutes, 29 seconds. 9 minutes, 29 seconds. It's not the proper analysis, because the 9 minutes and 29 seconds ignores the previous 16 minutes and 59 seconds. It completely disregards it. It says, in that moment, at that point, nothing else that happened before should be taken into consideration by a reasonable police officer. It tries to reframe the issue of what a reasonable police officer would do. A reasonable police officer would, in fact, take into consideration the previous 16 minutes and 59 seconds. Their experience with the subject, the struggle that they had, the comparison of the words to actions, it all comes into play. Why? Because human behavior is unpredictable. Human behavior is unpredictable, and nobody knows it better than a police officer. Someone can be compliant 1 second and fighting the next. Someone can be fighting and then compliant. Nobody knows it better. But reasonable police officers continue to assess and reevaluate. This is the critical decision-making policy, right, or model. You gather information, you assess the threat versus the risk. Do we have an authority to act? What are our goals and actions? Review and assess. Start over. Because this is not a singular cycle. This is a cycle that humans, as humans, we literally make millions of decisions in a day, right? Do I go this way? Do I go that way? Do I go up? Do I go down? I mean, we are constantly doing this. This is just human behavior. But in the policing context, you have to gather the information, assess the risk, assess the threat. Do I have authority to act? What are my goals and actions? Review and assess. And it's constantly rotating. At the precise moment that Mr. Floyd was laid on the ground, a reasonable police officer would know about those previous 17 minutes. A reasonable police officer would know about the struggle. A reasonable police officer would consider the suspect's reactions to the previous use of force. A reasonable police officer would continue this process of reassessment. And a reasonable police officer would consider whether to use an additional force to overcome the suspect's level of resistance, right? So 9 minutes and 29 seconds.
I appreciate that, I do.
You got your restraint? Hobble?
Can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Jesus.
I can't breathe.
Thank you.
I can't breathe.
Not moving.
Mama.
Continuing to assess the risk and the threat. The first 20 seconds, continued resistance is what a reasonable police officer would interpret that to be. Jesus Christ, the kicking. A reasonable police officer would consider, should we elevate the use of force as we meet this threat? And that's precisely what these officers did. They discussed using the MRT, the hobble.
No, please, man.
There you go.
And doing a lot of
Mama, I love you.
We're calling for
I can't do nothing.
Yeah, EMS is on their way.
My face is gone.
Well, do you want to hobble at this point then?
I can't breathe, man. Please. Please let me stand.
No.
Please, man, I can't breathe.
They're discussing, should we use the hobble? Should we elevate our use of force? A reasonable officer would continue to evaluate whether the suspect is under the influence. Precisely what these officers did in this 9 minutes and 29 seconds.
I'm dead.
The clerk's still sitting on the car there.
Look at my face, man.
I believe so. We found a pipe.
Get out of the car.
I ain't doing this real. Please.
Across the street, Parks watching.
Please.
Two other people with
Please,
him.
I can't breathe. Please, man. Please.
On
Mama,
a weed pipe on him, there might be
Mama.
something, so that might be like
I can't. I'm dead.
Is that the
All right.
shaking of the eyes, right? If you see
My knee, my neck,
or their eyes like shaking
I'm
back and
through.
forth like that.
I'm through.
So reasonable police officers discuss the scene. The first clip, they're talking about the two other people that are over at the car, right? What's going on here? What are we dealing with? Is this person under the influence of a controlled substance? These are the actions of a reasonable police officer. A reasonable police officer would rely on his training and experience. Call EMS. Possibility that a suspect who was struggling with us will begin to struggle again. You've heard this testimony from multiple police officers. The risk that the suspect would present to himself if he's not continued to be controlled, and the risk that the suspect presents to other officers or citizens if not continued to be controlled, if he's not continued to be controlled, right? These are things that all of the police officers have testified about. These are what a reasonable police officer should do. A reasonable police officer in this situation would call EMS. 2020, 11, 8/20/11. Within a minute of the struggle, EMS code 2 for a mouth injury, right? Because they are not observing life-threatening, a reasonable officer is not observing life-threatening injuries at this point. They just fought with the man for a minute. He continued to kick at them when they got him on the ground. They see he's got a mouth injury. We need EMS. So a reasonable police officer would evaluate the injuries of the suspect, compare words and actions, and respond by calling EMS, non-emergency. But again, reasonable police officers evaluate, reevaluate. 2021, 8/21, 1 minute and 24 seconds later. We need EMS here faster. Code 3, 3:30. We need them here faster. A reasonable police officer would take into consideration the anticipated time of a emergent response. You heard from Genevieve Hansen, there's a firehouse a few blocks away, and she would have expected EMS to be there within minutes. 3 minutes is what she said. A reasonable police officer, based on his training and experience, is going to have and take that into consideration. I put this person in a prone position on the ground. I'm holding them for my safety and their safety. I'm expecting someone to be here within 3 minutes to help this person. I have called for that help. A reasonable police officer will take into consideration, again, his training, his experience, right? Lieutenant Mercil talked about, and many people talked about, many of the officers talked about how it is not uncommon for suspects to feign or pretend to have a medical emergency to avoid being arrested. Unfortunately, that is the reality. Nobody likes to get arrested, and reasonable police officers know that. How many times does someone, oh, my heart hurts, or I'm having a medical emergency, insert whatever emergency, right? Simply because they don't want to go to jail. A reasonable police officer will take his training into experience. And you heard Lieutenant Mercil specifically say that when someone says that they can't breathe, but they are talking, if they're talking, it means they're breathing, right? If they're talking, it means they're breathing. And again, compare that to the testimony of Dr. Tobin, who told you that same thing. That is true. If you are talking, you are breathing. It doesn't mean effectively. And Dr. Tobin described how even medical doctors have problems sometimes assessing the legitimacy of a patient's needs relevant to their respiratory processes, because they're saying, I can't breathe, and some doctors confuse it for just anxiety or this or that. So if medical doctors make these mistakes, Dr. Tobin told you it provides a false sense of security, right? Lieutenant Mercil told you that that is what is said among police officers. He's the trainer. So how many times do we hear an officer say, based on his training and experience, if you can breathe, you can talk. If you can talk, you can breathe. Excuse me. I counted 7.
I can't choke. I can't breathe, Bobby. Please.
You're talking.
Please.
Sit down.
Fine.
My wrist. Right. I know I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
You're talking and oxygen to not breathe.
I'm sick.
You're doing a lot of
Please, where's my help me?
Relax.
I can't breathe.
You're doing fine. You're talking fine.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Please. I can't breathe, officer.
You're doing a lot of talking, a lot of
They
yelling.
will kill me. They will kill me, man.
Takes a heck of a lot of oxygen to.
Come on, man.
Reasonable police officers, again, are trained and take into consideration a person's actions relevant to their words. Their training, their experience. Takes a lot of oxygen to talk. Takes a lot of oxygen. You're breathing fine if you can talk.
I can't breathe.
He's talking, so he's fine. Okay. We tried that for 10 minutes.
Bum ass shit, bro. That's some bum ass shit, bro. Y'all know that. You're not sitting there so deal on your egg, bro.
He's talking, he's fine.
Bro, he ain't
Okay. All right, we're done.
You circled
Okay,
me
we're
like
done.
Reasonable police officers will take into consideration their training and experience on excited delirium, and they will analyze it within the context of this case.
On one side.
Stand where you got
I just worry about the delirium or whatever.
Let's try to get down.
Okay.
I worry about the excited or delirium or whatever. That's why we have EMS coming. It's not just leave them here. It's we have EMS coming, and this is why we have EMS coming. Reasonable police officers, throughout the course of a control technique, will continue to assess the level of resistance. Remember what Lieutenant Johnny Mercil said. Simply because a person isn't kicking at you or punching at you or biting at you, it does not mean that you can't control them physically with your body weight. This is at 8:24. This is the point where Dr. Tobin testified that Mr. Floyd had an anoxic seizure, right? But it's not, we're not analyzing the use of force from the perspective of a doctor with 46 years of medical experience who had 150 hours of time to watch an event from multiple perspectives over and over and over and over again. It's a reasonable police officer standard. How would a reasonable police officer interpret this? Does a reasonable police officer even know what an anoxic seizure is? A reasonable police officer will interpret this as at least some form of minimal resistance. Reasonable police officers, again, are continuing to monitor. They're expecting EMS to arrive. Non-deadly force is included. It includes, but it is not limited to, physically subduing, controlling, capturing, restraining, or physically managing a person. These are the policies of the Minneapolis Police Department. Reasonable police officers, again, continue to monitor. See if he's breathing.
Yeah, I think he's passing out.
Just all that the police is available if you could start for an assault at next door to 2313 Washington Street.
Yeah, I mean, my knee might be a little scratched, but I'll survive.
I think he's passing out, but he's breathing, right? This anoxic seizure occurs. Reasonable police officers are building and basing their decisions based on all of these factors coming in at multiple times, including the bystanders, right? Call them a crowd, call them onlookers, call them bystanders. It doesn't matter what term you use for the people that gather to watch what police do. Reasonable police officers are cognizant of and aware of their surroundings. And before I really kind of start talking about the crowd in some limited detail, I have thought a lot during the course of this trial about the difference between perspective and perception. Perspective and perception are two distinct concepts. Perspective is the angle at which you see something. It's your perspective. Perception is how you interpret what it is that you see. I've thought about this a lot during the course of this trial because this situation here in the courtroom is incredibly unique, right? It's not the normal setup for a jury trial. So my perspective through the course of this trial, sitting in this chair, is that I cannot see 4 of the jurors. Very limited opportunity to observe the jurors. They probably can't see me either. Several of the jurors I have a very good view of. 4 of the jurors I don't, and obstructed views of others. My perspective sitting in this chair when witnesses, there's a camera blocking the head. So in order for me to see the witness, I have to roll all the way over to the other side. Then I have to look through the plexiglass that has these large reflecting lights. Right? Things block your perspective. Things can affect your perspective. But your perception is how you interpret what it is you see and what it is you experience. And that is our life, right? This is our experiences. These are the things that make us who we are. 3 people in this trial went to the same high school. Me, Darnella Frazier, and Chief Arredondo. We all went to the same high school, obviously at different times. My experience, Chief Arredondo's experience, Darnella Frazier's experience, all based on, we had the same perspective, sat in the same classrooms, saw the same chalkboards or whiteboards, the same perspective, but our perception of our experiences there is going to be much different. Ultimately, at the end of the case, when we're done with these arguments, the court will instruct you on how to deal with these biases and the perception issues. The court's final instructions will guide you to try to recognize your biases, recognize them, what we bring to the table, and analyze the evidence from the perspective of the evidence itself. So let's look at this incident on May 25th from the perspectives and perceptions of simply just 4 of the bystanders, right? Charles McMillan, 61 years old, 3rd grade in education, grew up in the South. He described himself as a curious guy. He likes to know what's going on in his neighborhood, so he stops and he checks things out, right? his perspective, he's the first one who's dealing with these guys. He has more information because he sees the entirety of the situation. But his perception of the event is affected by his life's experiences. At the end of the night, ultimately what he said to Officer Chauvin was, "I hope you get home safely," because that's what he says to police officers every night.
Can you advise the fire department if they're still with you, they need to go to 36 Park to assist with the future
But I feel
possible
respect
arrest?
you.
That's one person's opinion.
But no, I gotta get
We gotta control this guy because he's a sizable guy.
Yeah, and I tried to get in the car.
Looks like he's probably on something.
But I'm just saying, you know, but no, I got nothing bad to say about it because you respect me, I'm gonna keep respecting you.
Right.
You have a good night. You go home safe to your family. Don't keep you the same.
Darnella Frazier. She's a 17-year-old high school student who, upon seeing the restraint of George Floyd, her response was to pull out the cell phone and start recording, and then subsequently upload it to Facebook, right? Her perception of the event and her perspective of the event. She's looking, she didn't even know that Officers Lane and King were there because her perspective was blocked by the squad car. But her perception, her response to the situation was to record it, and that's perfectly fine. But she began her recording at 8:20 and 51 seconds. Donald Williams, he's a 33-year-old professional mixed martial artist who arrived at 8:22 and 39. He had spent the day fishing with his son, stopping for a drink when he became aware of the incident. He described his view of this based upon his perception as a mixed martial artist, right? He has a set of experiences that caused him to react in a different way. What he perceived was happening was that Mr. Floyd was being choked with a blood choke. I think we're past this at this point. The paramedic reached in, touched the carotid artery. To have a person rendered unconscious through a choke requires the blockage of both carotid arteries. This was not a neck restraint. This was not a chokehold. He was upset. And that, again, is okay because his perception affected what he was seeing. Genevieve Hansen, right? 27-year-old female firefighter for the city of Minneapolis. She testified that when she walked into the scene, she described the crowd as upset. She said, "I walked into an upset crowd." She said that the other voices distracted me from getting the officer's attention. And she testified, again, based on her perspective, that Officer Chauvin appeared to have his hand in his pocket. She observed what she believed to be blood on the, from Mr. Floyd's face being pressed into the pavement. She observed fluid coming from Mr. Floyd's body that she presumed to be urine. She testified that nobody ever told her that EMS or an ambulance was on the way. She asked about, when I asked her about the response time she would have expected, 3 minutes. When I told her that paramedics had been called about 5 minutes prior to her arriving on scene, no way, because her perception is 3 minutes. But when you look at the things that Miss Hansen saw, whether it be from her perspective or her perception, there can always be more to the story. The blood coming from Mr. Floyd's nose was why they called EMS in the first place. You've seen the pictures. He injured his nose during the struggle, or his face during the struggle in the squad car. The fluid that she described as potentially being urine, we know that that's fluid coming from the undercarriage of the squad car.
I cannot breathe.
Officer Chauvin specifically told her an ambulance was coming when she first came on scene.
Don't come over here. Don't come over here.
Off of the sidewalk.
Yeah, we need you to keep some distance. Here, the ambulance coming.
Yep, we got an ambulance coming. The computer-aided dispatch reports clearly show what time EMS was called. So Genevieve Hansen has a perspective and a perception. And what she observed was not consistent with the actual evidence. But remember, we don't look at this incident from the perspective of a bystander. We do not look at this incident from the perspective of the people who were upset by it. We look at it from the perspective of a reasonable police officer. A reasonable police officer, when confronted with these bystanders, would know everything that had occurred up to that point. 20 minutes, 25 minutes, 30 minutes. They know all of that information. The bystanders do not. A reasonable police officer would understand that his actions were actually being recorded. Take the bystanders out of it. Officers wear cameras for a very specific reason, to record their actions, so they know they're being recorded. Officers are aware of the placement of city cameras. You're in a high retail, you've got gas stations, restaurants, convenience store, high surveillance. Right? Reasonable police officers know this. They would know if citizens take out their cell phones and start filming. This is the point at 8:20 and 49 seconds when Miss Frazier starts recording. Reasonable police officers are aware when they're using force that sometimes what they are doing does not look good to the general public. A reasonable police officer will hear the frustration growing. Right? A reasonable police officer will hear the increase in the volume of the voices. A reasonable police officer will hear the name calling, right? Chomp, whatever names are being called. They'll hear the cursing. They'll hear this, and they'll take that into their consideration. A reasonable police officer will rely on his recent training. Excuse me. A reasonable police officer will hear I'll come back to the training. A reasonable police officer will hear what the crowd is saying. He will compare his actions to what they are saying, and he will determine, I know I'm being recorded, right? I know I'm being recorded. They're saying that I'm doing something that's awful looking. Am I doing this?
Right.
He is human, bro.
His nose is
What I'm saying, you can put him in the car. That's some
We
bum
tried
ass
that
shit.
for 10 minutes.
That's some bum ass shit, bro. That's some bum ass shit, bro. Y'all know that. You don't gotta sit there with your knee on his neck, bro.
He's talking.
Bro, he ain't crying, bro.
We're done.
You circle like in a jiu-jitsu move, bro. You trapped in his breathing right there, bro. Like, you don't think that what it is, bro? You don't think nobody understands that shit right there, bro? I trained at the academy, bro. That's some bullshit, bro. Right, that's bullshit, bro. That's bullshit, bro. You fucking stopping his breathing right there, bro.
Okay, he's talking.
He's
hard to talk
talking.
when you-
Bro, but you
it's
could
hard
get
to
him
talk
off the
when you're
ground. You've been a bum right now. You could get him off the ground, bro. You could get him off the ground. You've been a bum right now. He enjoying that. He enjoying that shit. He enjoying that shit. He a fucking bum, bro. He enjoying that shit right now, bro. You could have fucking put him in the car by now, bro. He's not resisting arrest or nothing.
You can see Officer Chauvin's body language tells us a lot, right? That's what we just heard. Looking down, looking up, looking around, looking down, looking over, looking around. He's comparing a reasonable police officer. He's doing what a reasonable police officer would do. He's comparing his actions, his own actions, in response to what the crowd is saying. A reasonable police officer, again, will rely on his training. 2020, March of 2020, tactics of a crowd. Never underestimate a crowd's potential. Most crowds are compliant. Crowds are very dynamic creatures and can change rapidly. A crowd may contain elements of several types of groups. Now, I acknowledge that this is in dealing with massive crowds, protests and things of that nature. These are the tactics, but you never underestimate a crowd's potential, because a reasonable police officer has to be aware and alert to his surroundings. A reasonable police officer will consider his department's policies on crisis. And what is defined as a crisis? Crisis: an event or situation where an individual's safety and health are threatened by behavioral challenges to include mental illness, developmental disabilities, substance abuse, or overwhelming stressors. A crisis can involve an individual's perception or experience of an event or situation as an intolerable difficulty that exceeds the individual's current resources and coping mechanisms, and may include unusual stress in his or her life that renders him or her unable to function as he or she normally would. The crisis may not necessarily result in an upward trajectory or intensity culminating in thoughts or acts that are possibly dangerous to himself, herself, or others. Right? A reasonable police officer is recognizing that the crowd is in crisis, that all of these things, the members, the bystanders, the citizens, whatever you want to call them, they are in crisis. So a reasonable police officer considers his department's training. What are these potential signs of aggression that I may be confronted with? Somebody standing tall, somebody red in their face, raised voice, heavy breathing, tense muscles, pacing, right? This is from the crisis intervention training. This is what Kerr Yang testified to. These are signs that police officers are trained to look for in a crisis as potential signs of aggression. How do you respond to those? You appear confident in your actions. You stay calm. You maintain space. You speak slowly and softly, and you avoid staring and eye contact. Again, these are things that Kerr Yang discussed in terms of how to deal with a crisis. As this crowd grew more and more upset, or deeper into crisis, a very critical thing happens at a very precise moment. And I cannot, in my opinion, understate the importance of this moment, the critical moment in this case. If you recall from Dr. Tobin's testimony, nobody disagreed, that Mr. Floyd took his last breath at 8:25:16. 8:25:16. What is happening at the very precise moment that Mr. Floyd takes his last breath? You're taking one piece of evidence and you're comparing it against the rest. This moment, 8:25:16, as Mr. Floyd is taking his last breath.
Get off him now. What is wrong with y'all? What the fuck? He got mace. He got mace. He cannot breathe. Get over here. No, first of all.
But look, when you check on him, he's not responsive right now.
Look at him.
He's not responsive right now. He's not responsive right now. He's not responsive.
Three things happen. Mr. Floyd takes his last breath. You see Officer Chauvin's reaction to the crowd is to pull his mace and shake it. He's threatening the use of force as is permitted by the Minneapolis Police Department policy. And Genevieve Hansen walks in at that time from behind him, startling him. All of these facts and circumstances simultaneously occur at a critical moment. And that changed Officer Chauvin's perception of what was happening. After this point, the crowd grows louder and louder, right? And at this point now, Mr. Floyd has taken his last breath, and the question is the rendering of medical aid. When do we stop CPR according to the Minneapolis Police Department's policy? When it's not safe. You heard Lieutenant Mercil talk about this, and you also heard Nicole McKenzie talk about this. Consider Nicole McKenzie's testimony. As far as the reasonable police officer, which would include Nicole McKenzie, she discussed at length the difficulty of performing CPR in what she would describe as, or she did describe as, a hostile environment. You miss signs. Agonal breathing can be confused for effective breathing. As she testified, people in the area can affect the decision to treat a subject at the scene. She described how it is incredibly difficult to perform EMS efforts in a loud crowd, difficult to focus when you don't feel safe, makes it more difficult to assess a patient, makes it more likely that you can miss signs that a patient is experiencing something. So the distraction, she said, can actually do harm to a patient. When we're talking about this critical decision-making model, right? As Lieutenant Mercil said, he testified, sometimes you have to take into consideration whether it is worth the risk to remove the handcuffs and render medical aid, because it's unpredictable, right? All of this information is coming at a reasonable officer. The reasonable police officer standard can also be extended to Officer Chang, right? What is his perception of the crowd? You heard him testify, but you can also look at what was he doing during this time?
Shawanda. What was that?
I said, y'all go one of the store guys.
Okay, let's stay put. We'll figure it out, right?
Right. You've got Officer Chang pacing, turning around 360 degrees, right? His attention is focused on what's happening with the crowd. But he also has another job, right? Reasonable police officers and how they interact with the crowd is a consideration. You can also take into consideration the reactions of Shawanda Hill and Maurice Hall.
Damn, he still won't get in the car. Just sit down, dude. Dude, they gotta push him in this car. Look, he's fighting to get out. What is he doing? Now he going to jail. All he had to do was, now the nigga going to jail. Look, they still fighting him. Hey. Oh, man, what is he doing? Oh, they going all around.
Non-police officer and their reactions to what's happening. But also consider the paramedics, right? The paramedics. They did the load and go, right? As Derek Smith testified, he got out of the ambulance, he checked all four corners to gauge what was happening and determined, in his words, that it was an unwelcoming environment. And he told his partner they needed to move to a different location, a more safe and secure location. Remember Nicole McKenzie's testimony too. As unreasonable as it sounds, paramedics get attacked too. We have all of these different opinions in terms of the use of force, right? We have all of the opinions of Seth Stoughton, Jody Steiger, Barry Broad, Zimmerman, Arredondo, David Pluger, Lieutenant Mercel, and they all reach very different conclusions about when the force became unreasonable. All you have to know about Barry Broad is what he was talking about is this physically managing any person. His opinion was you can use non-deadly force to physically manage a person. It's all within the model of the MPD decision-making model. I found the most interesting person to be relevant to the use of force, Lieutenant Johnny Mercel, considering that he is Derek Chauvin's actual use of force trainer. So the best glimpse that we're going to get into the training of a Minneapolis police officer comes from the trainer who conducts the trainings. He's conducted hundreds of trainings over the years. He corrected the state at certain times in terms of how strike charts don't apply to restraint techniques. He said the knee on the neck is not an unauthorized move, and it can be utilized in certain circumstances. He described using a knee on the neck and back and stated that it can be there for an extended period of time, depending on the level of resistance you get. He said that once the suspect is handcuffed, it does not necessarily mean that it is time to move your leg, because when people are handcuffed, they can thrash around and continue to be dangerous to themselves and others. He talked about the ground defense program because it's safer for both the suspect and the officer. He talked about ground defense as a form of using your weight to control a subject without, and therefore replacing the need to punch or strike them. He said there's no strict techniques. You need to be fluid and adapt to the circumstances. That he personally trains officers to put a knee over the shoulder, up to the base of the neck, and he described this maneuver as routinely trained by the Minneapolis Police Department. He testified that there are circumstances that an officer would need to use his weight to continue to control a subject. He recognized the concept of awful but lawful, right? Sometimes the use of force is just not that attractive. He's experienced himself arresting people who have claimed to have a medical emergency. He explained how one way people can resist is through their words. He described how someone resisting can become passive and then become resistant again, and vice versa. He discussed how officers are trained not just to focus on the subject, but also the bystanders. He trains officers that if you're fighting with a suspect and that person then becomes compliant, it is a legitimate consideration for the continued use of force to control a subject. That if a subject overpowers more than one officer at a time, that is a legitimate consideration in the continuation of the use of force. He talked about substance abuse and how that officers are trained, right? I understand that superhuman strength is not a real phenomenon. I know there are no Supermen or Spider-Men, right? But officers are specifically trained that someone under the influence of certain types of controlled substances exhibit this behavior. They become stronger than they normally would. We've all heard the anecdotal stories of the pregnant mom lifting the car off of someone, right? It's not literally describing a superhero. It's simply describing that someone is more exhibiting a greater strength. And the Minneapolis Police Department specifically trains that. He trains on neck restraints. Minneapolis Police Department has a specific written policy on the use of neck restraints, and it was permitted, even though this wasn't a neck restraint or a chokehold. He talked about how you need to cut off the blood supply for a neck restraint to both sides of the neck. He talked about how someone whose heart rate is beating faster, they go unconscious quicker, less than 10 seconds. He described the human factors of force. That is, how does the use of force affect the officer himself, his cognition, his abilities, his mental and physical state. He agreed that not using the MRT is a form of de-escalation. He described that sometimes you have to use your body weight to control a subject until the scene is code 4. He said that Minneapolis will train officers that under certain circumstances, an officer can hold a person in the prone position until the scene is safe. And he's done it himself at times. You have to take into consideration the presence of bystanders, where officers are located, and the environment that they're in. Lieutenant Mercil agreed that there are circumstances where I talked about this a little earlier ago, where you have to make a decision, is it worth the risk to take the handcuffs off to perform medical aid? He said there are circumstances where you wouldn't put someone in a recovery position, depending upon the safety of people, including the crowd, while awaiting EMS. He described how crowds can make situations chaotic. He said, simply because a person is not actively resisting, that does not mean that you cannot use force. Right? Doesn't mean that you cannot use force. Simply because someone isn't stabbing you, or punching you, or shooting at you, it doesn't mean that you can't use force. And that is specifically in the Minneapolis Police Department policy on the non-deadly use of force that we've looked at a couple of times. The use of force is an incredibly difficult analysis. You can't limit it to 9 minutes and 29 seconds. It started 17 minutes before that 9 minutes and 29 seconds. All of this information has to be taken, you have to look at it from the totality of the circumstances. You have to look at it from the reasonable police officer standard. You have to take into account that officers are human beings, capable of making mistakes in highly stressful situations. In this case, the totality of the circumstances that were known to a reasonable police officer in the precise moment the force was used demonstrates that this was an authorized use of force, as unattractive as it may be. And this is reasonable doubt. Steiger talked about being on the panel, right? They have 5 officers on a panel to assess whether uses of force are reasonable. Sometimes it's 4-1, sometimes it's 3-2, sometimes it's 5-0, because the reasonableness of the use of force is not an easy thing to consider. I know, again, I'm sorry, I'm long-winded. There are a couple of other things I need to talk about very briefly. I promise I'll be as brief as I can before I get to the cause of death. First is that concept of intent. As the state showed you, with respect to counts 1 and 2, you have to address Mr. Chauvin's intent. Pay careful attention again to the instructions. Words have meaning. Intentionally or intentional means that the defendant either has the purpose to do the thing or cause the result specified, or believes that the act, if successful, will cause the result. In addition, the defendant must have knowledge of those facts that are necessary to make his conduct criminal and that are set forth after the word intentionally, intentional. It's the same, you'll see a very similar instruction. You'll see this very similar instruction twice. Intent. Did Officer Chauvin intentionally apply unlawful force? That's what you're being asked to decide. did he purposefully apply unlawful force to another person? In count 2, you have to decide, did he purposely perform an act? Did he intentionally perform an act that was eminently dangerous? Right? What considerations do you have at your disposal? What pieces of evidence do you have? I'm going to try to go through these quickly. What evidence is there? What evidence is inconsistent with intent? Some facts and circumstances that are important for you to decide in terms of his intent is within the context of aiding and abetting other people. First, officers know that they are being videotaped. They know they're being videotaped by themselves. They know they're being videotaped by bystanders. They know they're being surveilled by the Minneapolis Police Department milestone camera, right? They know these things. Do you do something purposefully that you know is an unlawful use of force when you have 4 body-worn cameras immediately in the area, where you have multiple civilians videotaping you, where you know your actions are being reviewed through a city-owned camera, where there are surveillance cameras? Do people do things intentionally and purposefully when they know they're being watched? Remember, Officer Lane offered to have, when they were putting Mr. Floyd into the squad car, he said, I'll sit with you. I'll put the window down. I'll turn on the air conditioner.
What's up, man? Please. I'm just claustrophobic. That's it.
Well, you're still going in the car.
Anything sharp on you?
I won't do nothing to hurt y'all. No, sir.
Not even like a comb or nothing?
Nothing. I don't have nothing. Why y'all doing me like that, Mr. Officer? Please crack it doing it for me and stuff, man. I am claustrophobic for real, Mr. Officer.
You got him?
Could you please crack it for me, please?
Yes, I'm
Remember my
cracking.
name. Stay with
I
me,
will.
man.
I will.
Please stay with me, man. Thank you. God, man. I didn't know all this was gonna happen, man. Please, man. I just want my hands free. I don't want none of y'all, man. Nothing.
You got it?
Inside of your pocket real quick, sir. I'm listening.
And I understand that as people do stuff,
All right, it's good. This comes with that. No, nothing wrong with it.
Okay.
Grab a seat.
Having trouble walking.
I'll roll the windows down, okay?
Please, man. Please don't do that.
Take a seat.
I'm going in, Mr. Officer. I'm going in.
No, you're not.
I gotta go in.
Take a seat.
Grab a seat, man.
Mind, y'all don't believe me, Mr. Officer.
Take a seat.
I'm not that kind of guy. I'm not that kind of guy, man.
Take a seat.
Y'all, I'm gonna die here.
Take a seat.
I'm gonna die, man.
You need to take a seat right now.
And I just had COVID, man. I won't resort to that.
Okay, I'll roll the windows
No.
down. Hey, listen.
Dang, man.
Listen.
I'm not that kind of guy.
I'll roll the windows down
Please,
and you pull
man.
your legs in, all right?
Y'all
I'll put the
treat
air
me.
on.
Stop. Look at that. Look at that.
Not even
Look
listening.
at it. Look at it.
All right. I'll roll the window down 3 times. I'll turn on the air conditioning. Is that evidence of intent to apply unlawful force? Officer Chauvin confirms that Mr. Floyd is under arrest.
Take a seat. Please, man. Please listen to me.
Is he going to jail?
Listen to me.
He's under arrest right now for forgery.
I tell you.
Can we figure out what's going on?
For what?
Take them out.
For what? Please, man.
Officer Chauvin made a decision not to use higher levels of force when he would have been authorized to do that, including punches, kicks, elbows, right? All of these tools were available to Officer Chauvin. That is not an intent to purposefully use unlawful force. They call for EMS within 1 minute of putting him on the ground. They step it up within another minute and a half. He believes that Officer Chauvin believes that Mr. Floyd's ability to speak means he can breathe, and they say it repeatedly, remember?
Oh.
Excuse me. They tell him to relax.
You're the arrest guy.
All right. Oh my God.
Sorry, go to
I
jail.
can't believe this.
Officer Chauvin is never swearing at him. He's not calling him names. All of this stuff that we've already talked about, and I don't need to go through this again. All of this stuff that we've talked about throughout the entirety of this circumstance does not reflect an intent to purposefully, intentionally commit an unlawful use of force. All of the evidence shows that Mr. Chauvin thought he was following his training. He was, in fact, following his training. He was following Minneapolis Police Department policies. He was trained this way. It all demonstrates a lack of intent. There is absolutely no evidence that Officer Chauvin intentionally, purposefully applied unlawful force. Officer Chauvin is also refocusing the other officers, telling them they need to do things to pay attention to Mr. Floyd.
Let's get him on.
Should I put his stuff in the car? No, we need to get him in the ambulance. Let's refocus, right? Officer Chauvin had no intent to purposefully use, or he did not purposefully use unlawful force. These are officers doing their job in a highly stressful situation. According to their training, according to the policies of the Minneapolis Police Department, and it's tragic. It's tragic. They go to the hospital. They perform CPR. They call their supervisors. Was this an eminently dangerous act? Was putting Mr. Floyd an eminently dangerous act? We've heard a lot about the prone position. Consider just the basic prone position. People sleep in the prone position. People suntan in the prone position. People get massages in the prone position. The prone position in and of itself is not an inherently dangerous act. It is not an inherently dangerous act. A prone position during restraint is not an inherently dangerous act. It is routinely trained and used by the Minneapolis Police Department. The studies show, right? The Canadian studies that were referenced by Dr. Fowler. 1,269 cases, use of force, one death of a person not in the prone position. Right? These are people, they're looking at people in the prone position. 4,828 consecutive force events. No significant clinical effects on the subject's physiology. Right? We can look at all of the other studies trying to determine this question is putting a subject in the prone position, even with officers on top, even with weight on top of the person, is that inherently dangerous? And the research says no. The practical experience says says no. The prone position, when applied through a use of force, is not an eminently dangerous act because there is no evidence to support the notion that it was highly likely, that's the standard, highly likely to cause death. There's reasonable doubt about that. So let's talk about the cause of death. And again, I'm sorry to be long-winded, but I have to address the cause of death. Because the state neglected to read perhaps one of the most important sentences from the instruction, and why you must read the instruction carefully. Yes, the defendant is criminally liable for all of the consequences of his actions that occur in the ordinary and natural course of events, including those consequences brought about by one or more intervening causes. If such intervening causes were the natural result of the defendant's act. Okay? So if the intervening causes were the natural consequences of the defendant's acts, he's liable. So think about it in this example. Police officer arrests somebody. He puts that person on a hot August afternoon in the back seat of a squad car, rolls up the window, turns on the heat, and leaves the person in there, right? Person dies of a heat stroke. Officer put him in there and is responsible for the natural consequences of his actions. But consider the situation where police officer arrests someone, they're compliant, they go into the backseat of the squad car, they're sitting in the backseat of the squad car, and they have a heart attack. They have a pulmonary embolism. They have a brain aneurysm. Something happens to that person that was not the natural consequence of being arrested. It was just a physiological something that happened to that individual. The officer is not liable because it's not in the natural course of events. And it's not the result, the natural result of the defendant's act. Right? So again, read the entire instruction. The significance of this instruction, again, is that it goes through all of the three charges. You have to be convinced that the defendant's actions caused the death of Mr. Floyd. And throughout the course of this trial, the state has tried and called numerous witnesses to try to convince you that asphyxiation is the singular cause of death. The singular cause of death. And why is that? It's because actions that happened before Mr. Floyd was arrested that had nothing to do with Officer Chauvin's activities are not the natural consequences of the defendant's actions. You have to focus on the consequence of the defendant's acts. And so the state has tried to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that the stress of being arrested and the adrenaline produced as a result of Mr. Floyd's physical resistance played no role. This is what they have to try to convince you. There's no role of that physical exertion, played no role in this death. They're trying to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Floyd's heart disease played no role in this case. The state must try to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Floyd's history of hypertension played absolutely no role in the cause of Mr. Floyd's death. The state must convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Floyd was not experiencing excited delirium that contributed to the cause of his death. The state has to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Floyd's paraganglioma was not contributing to the cause of death. The state must convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Floyd's toxicology played no role in his death. Right? The state would have to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that a combination of these pre-existing issues did not contribute to Mr. Floyd's death. That is why the state has brought in expert after expert after expert to testify that the singular cause of death here is asphyxiation. Because if Mr. Floyd was asphyxiated as a result of the police restraint, he is liable for the natural consequences of that restraint, of his actions. But if any of these other factors come into it, if any of these other factors were substantial contributing factors of Mr. Floyd's death, because they were not the natural result of the restraint, If a person has drugs in their system and that drug causes an overdose, in the context of the police restraint, it's not the natural consequence of the restraint, it's the natural consequence of the deceased's actions. So the state has called 6 experts, really 5, but I'll include Dr. Baker. The state first called Dr. Tobin, a pulmonologist. Dr. Tobin said that you need to apply common sense to the evaluation of the medical testimony. He testified that Mr. Floyd died exclusively from positional asphyxia, coronary artery disease, hypertension, controlled substances. They played absolutely no role in the death, according to Dr. Tobin. The state called Dr. Eisenschmidt, a toxicologist, to explain to you that Mr. Floyd's toxicological levels were somehow more consistent with a DWI case than a whole bunch of other cases that may or may not have involved an overdose, right? Remember the ratio where you said, well, no, these are cases, they may have died of something else. They may have died of a gunshot wound, but they had fentanyl in their system. So he gave you these strange statistics, but essentially attempting to try to convince you that these levels are insignificant. People drive their cars around, right? And that therefore the drugs played no role in the death of Mr. Floyd. Third, the state called Dr. Smock, an emergency room physician, right, to explain to you that Mr. Floyd was not experiencing any symptoms of excited delirium. And that coronary artery disease, hypertension, controlled substances, none of that comes into play. He called Dr. Thomas, a pathologist, to testify how she interpreted what Dr. Baker meant. How she concluded that Dr. Baker simply said that the cardiopulmonary arrest is the basic way everybody dies. And she interpreted the reason why Dr. Baker put those factors on his autopsy or on the death certificate were merely for statistical purposes. You put stuff, the CDC requires us to put that stuff on there. And it was an asphyxial death. Controlled substances played no role. Hypertension played no role. Coronary artery disease played no role. They did call Dr. Baker. We'll talk about Dr. Baker in a minute. And finally, the state called Dr. Rich, a cardiologist who concluded that despite a 90% narrowing of the right coronary artery and a 75% narrowing in the left anterior descending artery, despite an enlarged heart and a history of hypertension, that Mr. Floyd had a strong heart, and that none of those pre-existing and coexisting conditions in any way contributed to the death of Mr. Floyd. I submit to you that the testimonies of Dr. Tobin, Eisenschmidt, Schmock, Thomas, and Rich, it flies in the absolute face of reason and common sense. It's astounding, especially when you consider the actual findings of Dr. Baker, right? Because Dr. Baker is the only person who actually performed the autopsy in this case. He's the only person who performed the actual autopsy. He told you that he specifically avoided watching the video because he didn't want to bias or influence his autopsy. He specifically testified that there was no evidence of asphyxia. There were no evidence of petechial hemorrhaging. There was no bruising to the neck or back above the skin, under the skin, or into the subcutaneous muscles of the neck and back. And he would expect to see those things in a case like this. There was no finding that pressure was applied to the point of Mr. Back to cause these injuries. There were no injuries to the structures of his neck, and that when he finally did review the video, it didn't appear that the placement of the knee affected the structures of the neck because Mr. Floyd could lift up his head, turn his head, move it around. He saw no fractures to the structures of the neck, including the hyoid bone. There were no soft tissue injuries to the sides of Mr. Floyd's neck. There was no hemorrhaging or injury to the hypopharynx. No evidence of life-threatening injury to the neck or spinal column of Mr. Floyd. There was pulmonary edema, which is the swelling of the lungs, which could be caused by the resuscitative efforts or fentanyl. There's no evidence of hypoxic changes to the brain. There's no evidence of any brain injury consistent with an asphyxia death. He found a paraganglioma, and he said it was an incidental finding. He said his heart was enlarged. Mr. Floyd's heart was enlarged, right? Dr. Baker, Dr. Thomas, Dr. Rich, and Dr. Fowler all agreed. He found narrowing of the right coronary artery, 90% narrowing. He found 75% narrowing of the left anterior descending artery. He's the person who did he sent out the toxicology samples. Fentanyl level at 11 nanograms per milliliter. Methamphetamine at 0.19 per millimeter. All of these findings that are ultimately relied upon by all of these other experts were done by Dr. Baker. He determined that the manner of death was a homicide, right? Homicide, homicide, homicide. But read the definition again of the medical definition of homicide. It is to be emphasized that the classification of homicide for the purposes of the death certificate is a neutral term and neither indicates nor implies criminal intent, which remains a determination of within the province of the legal processes. Right? The fact that he found this a homicide is a medical term. Dr. Fowler talked about the undetermined manner. Could not be determined is a classification used when the information pointing to one manner of death is no more compelling than one or more other competing manners of death in or through consideration of all available information. Dr. Baker found the immediate cause of death and the other contributing factors. Cardiopulmonary arrest complicating law enforcement, subdual, neck restraint, and neck compression. Other contributing factors are arteriosclerotic and hypertensive heart disease, fentanyl intoxication, and recent methamphetamine use. The term complicating in this is important because Dr. Baker was able to give you what he said his actual intent was, right? Dr. Thomas speculated about what she thought Dr. Baker meant. Dr. Baker was able to tell you what he meant. He defined complicating as an intervention that occurred. An intervention occurred and there was an untoward outcome on the heels of that intervention. And he gave you a specific example. He described a person having a hip surgery and a blood clot comes loose and that blood clot causes a death. The hip surgery didn't cause the death. The death was caused by the blood clot that complicated the surgery. So as I understand his testimony, what Dr. Baker was saying was that there was an unexpected result. The death of Mr. Floyd occurred during an event where you would not generally expect such a complication, subdual and restraint. He specifically testified, Dr. Baker specifically testified that if he put it on the death certificate, it played a role in the death. If something is insignificant to death, you don't put it on the death certificate. So Dr. Baker's conclusions that Mr. Floyd's arteriosclerotic and hypertensive disease played a role in the death of Mr. Floyd. Dr. Baker concluded that Mr. Floyd's fentanyl intoxication played a role. Dr. Baker concluded that Mr. Floyd's recent methamphetamine use played a role. Right? Dr. Baker described that this death of Mr. Floyd was a multifactorial process. A multifactorial process is how he defined it. No single factor, one over the other, played any more of a role resulting in Mr. Floyd's death. He said his heart simply couldn't handle it within the context of the subdual and restraint. Apparently, the state, as they just argued, wants you to believe what you see. And they did not like Dr. Baker's conclusions. And you can see the process Dr. Baker talked about when he had several meetings, right? This happened in March. Excuse me, happened in May, June, July. By August, talk to a pulmonologist, talk to an emergency room doctor, not within my area of expertise, talk to a cardiologist, right? His findings didn't support the notion that what you see is what you should believe. And so the state did that. They went and hired Dr. Tobin, right? A pulmonologist. Now, despite all of the information that Dr. Baker has concluded or found during the actual autopsy, Dr. Tobin concluded emphatically that Mr. Floyd's death was the result of positional asphyxia, right? The pressure of the asphalt, pressure of the weight of the officers, positions, all of this resulted in hypoxia, low oxygen to the brain. Mr. Floyd was asphyxiated through positional asphyxia. Remember at the beginning of my remarks, I asked you to perform an honest assessment of all of the evidence in the case. And I'm going to submit to you that with no other witness should this be more carefully analyzed. I want to illustrate two brief things that Dr. Tobin testified about, and I want to illustrate how I think that these demonstrate a bias, because you still have to consider an expert witness in the context of bias. I'm going to call it the finger and knuckle testimony and the toe lifting testimony. You may remember this slide, right? That this slide shows George Floyd pushing his fingers against the street to lift his shoulder off the street. That he was pushing his knuckles against the tire. Right? He described what he interpreted this was basically Mr. Floyd trying to push himself up onto his left side to free the right lung to help him breathe. Look at the timestamp of the photos taken from the body-worn camera here. They were taken at 8:19:35, 15 seconds after Mr. Floyd was placed on the ground. Yet Dr. Tobin also explained that Mr. Floyd went on to breathe for an additional 5 minutes and 51 seconds until he took his last breath at 8:25. He neglects the fact that at this point, this is the point that we just saw, when Mr. Floyd is taken out of the car and he is actually in the side recovery position for about the first 2 minutes of this 9 minutes and 29 seconds.
Not moving.
Mama.
Yeah,
Mama.
lay out.
Mama.
One of the front couches
Mama.
on my right side bag.
Mama.
You're the best guy.
All right. Oh my God.
Sorry, you go to
I
jail.
can't believe this. I can't believe this, man. Mama, I love you. Reese, I love you.
You got mama?
But you level. I'm dead.
My side is listed. It's
I can't breathe for nothing, man. It's so good, man. Mama, I can't do nothing.
Yeah, EMS is on their way.
My face is gone. I can't breathe, man. Please. Please let me stand. No. Please, man, I can't breathe.
Get up on the sidewalk, please. One side or the other, please.
My face getting bad.
Here, should we get his legs up?
Oh, that's all right.
Nope, just leave him.
Oh,
Just leave him.
God.
Just leave him. Yep, just leave him.
All right.
I'm dead.
The park's still sitting on the car there.
Look at my face, man.
How can you take, this illustrates how you can take a single nanosecond of time in this arrest. You can have this testimony that he's pushing his body up to try to breathe, right? But when you look at the evidence compared to the rest of the evidence, what do you really see? You see a person who is on his side, being held in the side recovery position, whose hand is touching the ground and the tire at times. You cannot take a single isolated frame and reach any conclusions, because much like the use of force, the cause of death has to be considered within the totality of the circumstances. And then you may remember this testimony. This is Officer Chauvin's foot off the ground. And he described how at this precise moment, Officer Chauvin was applying 91.5 pounds of pressure to the neck of Mr. Floyd. So let's look at this time in the context of the other evidence.
His whole nose was
Why you just sitting there? He ain't doing nothing now. Put him in the car.
How long y'all gotta hold him down?
Why we don't do drugs, kids? It ain't about drugs, bro. You don't understand that?
Did anybody even see the toe come up off the ground? I mean, was it a half a second, a quarter of a second? Right? But when you take a single incident, a frame, a single frame, and you add the drama, and you make all of the assumptions, right? Officer Chauvin's body weight, Mr. Floyd's EELV. He's the only person who calculated the EELV based upon the presumptions of health, based upon studies, based upon theory. All of this information, you can put this into a single frame, but you have to analyze the evidence in the broader context. You can also see during the clip that Officer Chauvin actually is sort of adjusted forward and touches this car, right? You can make a lot of informed decisions about how is he shifted. If I'm shifting my weight this way, majority of my weight is shifting on my left foot. If I'm this way, it's on my right foot. You watch this video and you can see the dynamic shifting. And you can see the placement of the toes, right? The toe tucked under helps an officer maintain his weight, or helps any person maintain their weight. But a toe flopped over to the side, it's a little harder to balance. You cannot take a single frame and draw conclusions. You have to look at the totality. And remember, he said he spent 150 hours analyzing this tape. His entire testimony is filled with theory, speculation, assumption. Do not let yourselves be misled by a single still frame image. Put the evidence in its proper context. We have to talk about the toxicology. Again, we're not suggesting that this was an overdose death, right? It's a multifactorial process, as Dr. Baker said. So we have to look at what role does the toxicology play in this case. And you need, because again, we had Dr. Eisenschmidt who testified that he found that the levels of fentanyl and methamphetamine were more consistent with this DUI population. But what do we know about the actual toxicology? There were 11 nanograms per milliliter of fentanyl and 0.19 nanograms of methamphetamine. Those are the principal two findings. And additionally, what we know is that the byproduct of methamphetamine, which is amphetamine, was not reported at the levels. Doesn't mean it wasn't technically there, but it was not reported. So it's below threshold reporting values, which signifies that the methamphetamine use was recent. Hence, in Dr. Baker's death certificate, he included the recent methamphetamine use because there was no amphetamine. The history of Mr. Floyd's use of controlled substances, it is significant. It's not a character problem. Millions of Americans suffer from the opioid crisis, right? I mean, it is a true crisis that this country is facing. But it is significant to understand the history, not just as much as the long-term history, but his long-term history provides us with insight on how his body physically reacts to methamphetamine or opioid use, I should say, opioid use within the context of a law enforcement encounter. We know from the testimony of Courtney Ross that Mr. Floyd struggled. We know he had been using controlled substances habitually for some time. We know that on May 6th of 2019, during an encounter with the police, Mr. Floyd ingested some controlled substances, said they were Percocets. He was startled by the police, like he was in this case. Officer drew his gun in that case too. And that resulted in a blood pressure of 216/160. I mean, that's not just high. That is skyrocketing high. We know from Ms. Ross that in March of 2020, they purchased some pills that were supposed to be Percocets, an opioid. But they were clearly knockoffs. She described that. They were clearly knockoffs. She described how those pills made her feel. They kept her up all night, right? The introduction of the methamphetamine. We know from Ms. Ross that in March of 2020, Mr. Floyd was seen for a drug overdose. She described how he felt in that instance. She said his whole body hurt. His stomach hurt. We know, based on, again, from Ms. Ross, that he was clean and sober for some time while they were in quarantine. We know that Ms. Ross again described taking about a week before a similar pill to the one that they had back in March. Kept her up again all night, right? She said she felt like she was going to die. We know, again, from Ms. Ross, that those pills were purchased from Maurice Hall. She described going to a hotel. While Mr. Floyd went into the hotel, she was on the phone with him. She heard Maurice Hall's voice. We know Mr. Floyd was with Maurice Hall on May 25th, 2020. We heard from the store clerk, Christopher Martin. He described Mr. Floyd as being high. His responses were delayed, right? He may have been, standing around. He may have been standing up. He may have been able to have communications. But Mr. Martin clearly described him as being high. We heard from Shawanda Hill that when they got back into the car, right, they had a conversation for a few minutes, and suddenly Mr. Floyd fell asleep. All of these things become important. That had trouble. They had trouble waking him up. She called her daughter for a ride because they couldn't wake her up, wake Mr. Floyd up. They couldn't keep him awake. We heard how Mr. Martin described Mr. Floyd when he went back to the car, and how he was, no, he wasn't speaking, right? But he kept putting his head back and shaking his head. We know from Peter Chang's body-worn camera that Maurice Hall also described that Mr. Floyd was dozing off.
He got tendency because he was falling asleep a little bit, and then when he woke up, they was up at the door.
Right? We know that whether Mr. Floyd was chewing gum while he was in the store, we can also see he was eating a banana. Right? He bought a banana. So we know when we look at this picture, right, there's something in Mr. Floyd's mouth. Is it gum? Is it banana? Is it drugs? Nobody knows, right? But regardless of whether it's drugs, bananas, or gum in this incident, we know that there were pills in the car, right? We know that there were drugs in the car. We know those pills were later tested to be a combination of methamphetamine and fentanyl. That's what was in Mr. Floyd's system. It's relevant because it's what was in his system. These are the pills that were found. We know at some point Mr. Floyd was handcuffed. His hands were behind his back. It would have been physically impossible to put anything in his mouth at that point. And we know that in the squad car, 320 were pills. We know those pills were analyzed. We know those pills consisted of fentanyl and methamphetamine. We know that Mr. Floyd's salivary DNA was found on those pills. How much fentanyl does it take to kill? This is from the Minneapolis Police Department's training. Approximately 2 to 3 milligrams. Smaller than a penny. This is from the squad car. You can look at these pictures closely during the course of your evidence. There is a video of Mr. Floyd when Mr. Floyd is being subdued by and restrained by the police. Mr. Maurice Hall reaches into his bag. He's looking through the windows. We watch it. And then he throws something. Right? We know that Mr. Floyd had drugs in his mouth. We know that some percentage of that would have been consumed and absorbed into his system. We don't know how much he took before. Right? We don't know when he took an earlier dose in relation, because fentanyl had actually started to metabolize in his, so fentanyl was longer before. for the medical experts to minimize the timing and the amount of illicit drugs that were found in Mr. Floyd's bloodstream, it is just simply incredible to me. It is incredible to me. Every single doctor testified that relevant to the absence of signs of fentanyl overdose weren't present because he was alert, he was talking. But it ignores what Shawanda Hill and Maurice Hall says, right? That he was all of a sudden asleep and difficult to wake up. It ignores the fact that the combination of these two drugs, methamphetamine is a powerful stimulant. Fentanyl is a powerful sedative. They use it for surgeries. Every single doctor dismissed outright. No, nothing about this case. Well, it was only 0.19 grams, nanograms per milliliter. It's such a small amount of methamphetamine in his system. It's a vasoconstrictor. It causes the heart's arteries to constrict even tighter. Doesn't matter. Every single doctor just brushed it aside, said it would have no effect. I ask, would any of those doctors prescribe illicit methamphetamine to their patients? Would they give it to their children? Would they give it to their elderly parents with a 90% blockage of the coronary artery, the right coronary artery? I guarantee you the answer is no. Dr. Rich is the only one who said, I would never recommend to my patients that they take any amount of illicit methamphetamine. It is preposterous that it is a preposterous notion that this did not come into play here.
Half-hour break for lunch. I don't want to interrupt your argument, but
I apologize.
members of the jury, 30 minutes for lunch, please. Thank you.
it's just not a big deal. I understand.
Motherfucker ain't got no fun, there's no reason. Motherfucker surrounded him, ground. Something came that man, he got no circulation of blood going to his head or anything that's going to his brain. You know your brain needs to breathe, right? You know that, right? Motherfucker ain't got that. Focus is him.
Y'all call him George. I know him as Lord. I know him personally.
I talked to his family about that shit all day.
Very giant.
No, I'm saying that because they will play according to you.
If we all can just please step back and clear this area back, please.
Kathy or Heather,
Thank you. All just step back and clear this area, please. That way we can get started. We're getting started momentarily.
Hey. I'm just telling you I'm going to lose my IFP. And I need to put the mic
my mind. I'm like, no, just
We
put
have a
this
pretty
back.
large crowd coming, so we just want to everybody to
Lost
take a
it.
step back.
Lost my IFB. I can't hear you.
Really appreciate it. Get in and out. And we'll be coming up this way, so again, if you all will step back so we can just get started, we appreciate it. Ma'am, can we do that after? If you don't mind? Okay. There's not the media up here, man. Y'all gotta get closer this way so they come up. Pity.
Hi, Jesse Jackson.
Hey, Jesse, how you doing, brother? Good?
Love you. Chicago. You look good in pink, Jesse.
Yeah, icon. Exactly. Yep.
Heads up, the family is coming, as well as the attorneys. There will be a brief vigil, very few words. Come over here. Bear with us, you'll see them in 2 seconds. I'm gonna have to have you move. Okay. I need this whole area cleared, please. Okay. Thank you. That's right. Well, hold on. Bear with us. So just because it's a lot of family and they know.
We put the brothers up, and I just want to say something to see. This is too close. You guys are going to have to back up. There's a lot of family members, and we're going to bring them all up. So
Come right.
we're going to need this crowd of people to just y'all to stay back up. Appreciate it. Don't they're coming up.
You
Just
sure?
stay.
Okay.
coming this way. Just keep your spot. They're coming this way. They're coming this way.
So Rodney Floyd is going to speak. Yes. I can't hear you. Oh.
Need some space. Need some space on this side. I'm sorry.
Cannot have you here.
Please.
We need to get going. Joy.
Photographers must be down in front.
Okay, we got it. Okay.
Please have photographers on their knees.
Okay. We're good. There we are. Okay. Here we go. All right. So I'm going to try to introduce everybody. Rachel, you going to introduce me? You want me to go? Okay. Yeah. Go ahead. We can follow the protocol.
At this time, I'd like to bring forth Attorney Ben Crump, the attorney for the family of George Floyd.
Thank you, Rachel. I'm Attorney Ben Crump, along with Attorney Tony Romanucci from Chicago, Attorney Chris Stewart and Justin Miller, and Madeline Simmons from Atlanta, Georgia, Attorney Jeff Storms from Minneapolis, Minnesota, and an incredible team of lawyers. We have the honor of representing the family of George Floyd with a whole global group of activists, freedom fighters, and young people who believe that we can be better than this America, and we stand united as we have this global prayer for justice. Right now, we want to acknowledge the members of the family who are present with us, with some great national leaders who did not think it robbery to come and be here at this consequential trial. And that is Congressional Black Caucus Chairperson Joyce Beatty, Congresswoman from Ohio. We also have Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee from Houston, Texas. And we also have from right here in Minnesota, your great Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. Present for the family, we have George Floyd brothers, Philonise Floyd, Rodney Floyd, Terrence Floyd, and their George's nephew, Brandon Williams, who was like a son to him. We also have Keita Floyd, we have Sharita McGee, we have Teacher McGee, we have Tara Brown, and we have George Floyd's daughter here, right, Justin? Gianni Floyd. Certainly want to acknowledge all our staff and everybody, Chris, who's working with us, Tamika, my son, everybody who's standing in the streets demanding justice. We acknowledge you all, especially the ones who've been here since May 25th, 2020. Those activists right here, Nakima and all of you. You all are the reason we got to this day. So let's give a big round of applause for all the activists. And now, without further ado,
Mr. Nelson.
I apologize again. I promise I'll try to speed things up here again. So. Anybody technical issue? So we'll just go off notes instead of the PowerPoint. Before the break, we were talking about the controlled substances and the role that they were the levels that they were found in, the role that they may have applied or contributed to Mr. Floyd's death. And I was suggesting to you that it is, again, this death needs to be looked at. Mr. Floyd's death needs to be looked at, as Dr. Baker describes, a multifactorial process. This is the way the human body works. The heart beats, the lung breathes, the blood circulates, the brain thinks, the brain controls all of our movements, right? All of this. And to simply come in and say, this particular substance or these combinations of substances, when taken in combination with each other, when taken in combination with of a person who has blockage in the heart, substantial, significant blockage in the heart, when we know that these drugs play a particular role in how the blood circulates, to just poo-poo it and say it has nothing to do with anything is just really a preposterous notion. Yet Dr. Baker, Dr. Fowler, and Dr. Thomas have all certified deaths at levels less than 11 nanograms per milliliter or 19 nanograms or combination, right? These deaths have been certified on that basis alone, and it didn't necessarily contain any of the other issues that were confronting Mr. Floyd on that day. Likewise, again, every other doctor that has testified has gone to great lengths to dismiss the role of Mr. Floyd's heart disease and hypertension in this case. Forensic pathologists define coronary artery disease resulting in death. Death can occur with 70 to 75% blockage. That is sufficient to cause a person's death. Every pathologist who testified in this case has indicated likewise that they have certified deaths with those types of blockage and attributed it to the coronary artery disease. Yet here again, this has played zero role. Dr. Rich testified Mr. Floyd had a healthy heart. Coronary heart disease, not relevant, according to the state. Hypertensive disease, not relevant. Drugs acting to further constrict an already diseased heart, not relevant. Adrenaline coursing through Mr. Floyd's body, not relevant. What does adrenaline do? It further constricts the arteries, right? Adrenaline from the paraganglioma wasn't there, didn't happen, played no role. They just want you to ignore significant medical issues that presented to Mr. Floyd. And the failure of the state's experts to acknowledge any possibility at all, that any of these other factors in any way contributed to Mr. Floyd's death defies medical science, and it defies common sense and reason. Now, Dr. Tobin ascribes the death of Mr. Floyd essentially, as I understand again, to hypoxia, low oxygen, resulting in going to the brain, low oxygen to the brain. Dr. Fowler also ascribes the death to a hypoxic death, but that the heart was the muscle that did not get the oxygen, resulting in a sudden cardiac arrhythmia. The reasons that Dr. Fowler dismissed the notion of brain hypoxia are because, number one, hypoxia of the brain results in certain observable symptoms. The brain demands more oxygen, right? It takes 20% of our oxygen to function the brain, even though it's it's a smaller percentage of our body. It is the most sensitive to the loss of oxygen, and it reveals a progressive set of symptoms. Confusion, which was not exhibited, right? Because if you compare the testimony about whether Mr. Floyd was intoxicated, well, he didn't exhibit any confusion, right? Restlessness, not exhibited. Shortness of breath, it was complained of, but that is also a sensation that can be caused by a sudden cardiac arrhythmia. Visual changes, not complained of. Incoherent speaking, not complained of. When someone is experiencing hypoxia to the brain, as Dr. Tobin stated, you would see an increased ventilation or respiratory rate. But Dr. Tobin said it is a completely normal respiratory rate, 22 breaths per minute. The timeline in this case is consistent with a sudden cardiac arrhythmia. At 8:23 and 58 seconds, Mr. Floyd speaks. I really can't breathe. If you can speak, you have oxygen in your brain. At 8:24:09, he again verbalizes, please, I can't breathe, indicating at 8:24:09 that his brain has oxygen and there is no impairment to his airway. 39 seconds later, Mr. Floyd goes limp at 8:24 and 48. A person can hold their breath for 39 seconds, right? That does not result in hypoxia in 39 seconds. 27 seconds later, according to Dr. Tobin, Mr. Floyd takes his last breath. It's a total of 66 seconds, 1 minute and 6 seconds from the time that we know there's enough oxygen in his brain to speak. No occlusion to the airway at that point. 66 seconds from his last word to his last breath. This timeline is consistent with a sudden cardiac arrhythmia. It is not consistent with the longer process of brain hypoxia. Dr. Fowler's final analysis was that Mr. Floyd died from a cardiac arrhythmia due to atherosclerotic and hypertensive cardiovascular disease during restraint by police. Other significant factors: fentanyl intoxication, methamphetamine intoxication, possible CO, carbon monoxide exposure, and the paraganglioma. What role did carbon monoxide play in Mr. Floyd's death? We don't know. Nothing was ever tested as far as the vehicle is concerned. We don't know if the car was emitting carbon monoxide. We don't know. One thing we do know is that it was running. And how can we tell that it was running? Because in the video we watched earlier, when Thomas Lane pulls in that squad car at Cup Foods, he puts it in gear, he takes it out of gear, he puts it in park. He never touches the keys of that vehicle, and he gets out. The car was running. I have one last point to make, and I should be fairly quick with this. The superseding cause that was discussed. A superseding cause is a cause that comes after the defendant's acts alters the natural sequence of events and is the sole cause of a result that would not have otherwise occurred. Now, let's look at the medical timeline here. We know that EMS was called initially at code 2 at 8:20 and 11 seconds. We know that EMS was stepped up to code 3 at 8:21 and 35 seconds. We know that EMS responded to Cub Foods based on the videos at 8:27 and 27 seconds. We know that EMS called for fire at 20:38, 36. It takes approximately 3 minutes for EMS and the arresting officers to put Mr. Floyd into the ambulance, and the ambulance pulls away from Cup Foods at 8:30 and 17 seconds. Fire responds to Cup Foods at 8:32:59. That's 4 minutes and 15 seconds after they were called. That's pretty close in consideration to the 3-minute expectation of Ms. Hansen. But the ambulance had driven several blocks away to 36 and Park, arriving sometime between 8:31 and 8:33. That's 1.5, and we know that because there are 2 exhibits, 62 and 63, that were introduced. 62 shows 1 paramedic and Officer Lane in the back. 63 shows 2 paramedics and Officer Lane in the back. So somewhere between 1.5 to 3 minutes to get to 36 and Park, where they began the resuscitative efforts. The first air is pumped into Mr. Floyd, per Dr. Tobin, at 20:35:06. That is 10 minutes after Mr. Floyd went unconscious, per Dr. Tobin, but it is 7 minutes and 46 seconds after EMS responded to Cup Foods. We ultimately know that the ambulance left 36 and Park at 8:48 and 23 minutes. It arrived at HCMC at 8:53, shortly after 8:53. So it took about 5 minutes to get from 36 and Park to HCMC. What would have happened if EMS had started resuscitative efforts right away? What would have happened if, rather than driving to 36 and Park, they went to the hospital? They would have been there in that time. I am not suggesting to you that the ambulance paramedics did anything wrong. But it raises the prospect of that continued delay in resuscitation. What if EMS had administered Narcan? We heard that it would not have hurt him, and it could have helped him. I'm not blaming the paramedics. More importantly than this analysis is, it shows that human beings make decisions in highly stressful situations that they believe to be right in the very moment it is occurring. There's lots of what ifs that could have happened. What could have happened, what should have happened. Lots of them in lots of regards. But we have to analyze this case from the perspective of a reasonable police officer at the precise moment with the totality of the circumstances when it comes to the use of force. We have to look at the cause of death to determine, did Mr. Floyd die exclusively of asphyxia, or were there other contributing factors that were not the natural result of Mr. Chauvin's acts? Right? Things that happened that were set in motion before Mr. Chauvin ever arrived. The drug ingestion, right? The bad heart, the diseased heart, the hypertension. All of these things existed before Mr. Chauvin arrived. The struggle, what role did the struggle play? We know, based on a prior incident, that Mr. Floyd's heart was beating at 219/160 in a situation where he was confronted by police and had ingested drugs. He didn't die that day. All of this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, all of this, when you take into consideration the presumption of innocence and proof beyond a reasonable doubt, I would submit to you that it is nonsense to suggest that none of these other factors had any role. That is not reasonable. And when you, as members of the jury, when you review the law as written, and you conclude it all within a thorough, honest analysis, the state has failed to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. And therefore, Mr. Chauvin should be found not guilty of all counts. Thank you.
Members of the jury, there's an issue I need to discuss with the lawyers, so we're going to send you back to your room for probably about 5 minutes. Right. Immediately before the court was ready to resume, the state indicated it wanted to talk in chambers, but for a curative instruction, there's no need to go into chambers. What's your motion?
Your Honor, the state
No, you can be seated, but we need you near the microphone.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state requests a curative instruction as to the issue of intent. I believe that the counsel made a misstatement of law when he indicated and argued that the defendant had to intend to apply unlawful force, as in he had to intend that the force he was applying to be unlawful. That's not a correct statement of the law pursuant to Dorn at 887 Northwest 2nd, 826. The state need not show that the defendant meant to or knew that she would violate the law. But that is what Mr. Nelson argued before the jury. And so we're requesting the court give a curative instruction to the jury as follows: that it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant intended to act unlawfully, only that the defendant intentionally applied force to another, that this application of force was unlawful, and that this application of force resulted in bodily harm. I believe that is a correct statement of the law.
Which is contrary to what the court instructed in the first set of instructions.
Your Honor, I believe the court's instruction was that the intentional infliction of bodily harm requires the proof that the defendant intentionally applied unlawful force to another person without that person's consent, and that this act resulted in bodily harm. You did not instruct that the defendant need to intend that his force be unlawful, merely that he intended to apply the force, which was unlawful.
I'm going to deny the request for curative instructions. I will reread before the beginning of rebuttal statements of judge and attorneys, which starts at the bottom of page 2 and goes on to page 3, which specifically states that if an attorney's argument contains any statement of the law that differs from the law I give you, disregard the attorney's statement. I'll reread that, turn it over to Mr. Blackwell, who I assume will answer this exact question, or this exact issue in his rebuttal.
We do ask the court's guidance on another issue, and that is when Mr. Nelson argued, quote, Mr. Chauvin thought that he was following his training. There was no testimony from Mr. Chauvin, and he didn't argue that they could infer that. He argued that they thought that. Placing that in context puts us in a difficult position in that we can't comment on his failure to testify, but that statement is directly at odds with the evidence in the record.
Mr. Nelson, any response?
Read the quote, Steve. Excuse me,
So Mr. Chauvin thought he was following his training.
What was the context I said that in?
Well, it was in your use of force discussion, and you were talking about a reasonable officer following his training. You indicated that Mr. Chauvin thought he was following his training.
I don't recall saying it, Your Honor. I mean,
Even if you did, it was drowned out by a reasonable officer. I think it's a reasonable inference to draw from the evidence that exists. Even his statement to Mr. McMillan essentially was an indirect way of saying he was following his training. It's a reasonable inference for counsel to argue from the evidence. And to respond to that specifically by saying there's no evidence would in fact be commenting on his right to remain silent. So the bind the state is always in. So, but as far as the other issues, you can talk about re-quoting what the elements are on assault in the third degree, and also anything else that you think was a misstatement of law. I will read them, the statements of judges and attorneys, if you wish. And actually, before I do that, do you want me to read that? Reread that, or should I?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I don't want to force it on you, but that would be is to remind them that any statement of the law that differs from mine should be disregarded.
And it would also ask that you reread the instruction on causation, because I believe that what Mr. Nelson argued was that the state is required to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the other issues that he spoke about had no effect, right, had no causal connection, and that is not the law.
I'm not going to single out that instruction and re-instruct on that. I'm just going to read him the general one, that if it differs, and I'm sure Mr. Blackwell is going to point out in great detail how Mr. Nelson misstated that.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jury back.
I would note that during the state's principal argument, in terms of contradicting the defense argument, the state made comments about essentially about the nonsense of the defense in this case, and it is improper.
I know what you're going to say. We'll hold that thought. There, be seated. Mr. Blackwell, you may get the state's rebuttal. Members of the jury, before Mr. Blackwell begins, I'm going to reread one of the instructions. And that is specifically that attorneys are officers of the court, and it is their duty to make objections they think proper and to argue their client's cause. However, the arguments or other remarks of an attorney are not evidence. If the attorneys or I have made or should make any statement as to what the evidence is that differs from your recollection of the evidence, you should disregard that statement and rely solely on your own memory. If an attorney's argument contains any statement of the law that differs from the law I give you, disregard the attorney's statement. Mr. Blackwell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Last lawyer, I think, talking to you with closings will be me, and I won't be too long. I'm going to start talking to you about what I call the 46th witness. You actually have heard from 45 witnesses on the stand, but there is a 46th witness. And this witness was testifying to you before you got here to the courtroom. They testified over everybody else's testimony on the stand. It's the only witness that will be talking to you when you're back in deliberation. And that witness, ladies and gentlemen, is common sense. common sense. We'll continue talking with you all the while, because while you've heard hours and hours and hours of discussions here in the closing, ultimately it really isn't that complicated in what it is you have to decide with respect to the excessive use of force and the issue of causation. In fact, it is so simple that a child could understand it. In fact, a child did understand it when the 9-year-old girl said, "Get off of him." That's how simple it was. Get off of him. Common sense. Why is it necessary to continue applying deadly restraint to a man who is defenseless, who is handcuffed, who is not resisting, who is not breathing, who doesn't have a pulse, and to go on and do that for another 3+ minutes before the ambulance shows up, and then to continue doing it? How is that a reasonable exercise in the use of force? You can believe your eyes, ladies and gentlemen. It was what you thought it was. It was what you saw. It was homicide. Now, Mr. Nelson spent quite a bit of time saying to you, perform an honest assessment. Look at all the evidence. Consider all of it. Reasonable officer. Reasonable officer is not magic words that you simply apply to Mr. Chauvin, and then he becomes a reasonable officer because you applied those words. Reasonable is as reasonable does. And here what you saw wasn't reasonable, and you didn't get the whole truth. Notice how when you had the discussion about reasonable officer Mr. Chauvin, the whole narrative cut off before we got to the point that Mr. Floyd was not moving, that he was not conscious, that he didn't have a pulse, and that Mr. Chauvin was still on top of him even when the EMTs showed up, and he still didn't get off of him. How is that what a reasonable officer does? And then if you look at the totality of the circumstances, which you heard so much about, what does that tell you exactly where he was coming from? If we're talking about reasonable officer. Now, you heard any number of other things that, in looking at the totality of circumstances and trying to do an honest assessment, you didn't get the whole story either. You got bits and pieces and parts. And I call them a story, ladies and gentlemen, because it's either completely not true or the facts have been altered in order to make a point to you, which also makes it a story. What you're going to reach when you all deliberate is a verdict. Verdict is a Latin word that means the truth. You're not going to reach a story when all is said and done. You're beginning at the truths. Why are we engaged in telling stories when we've heard evidence, facts from the stand? Why is that? But you just heard a number of them. I'll give you a few examples of the stories. You were just talked to about how safe the prone position is. And you've heard this in the trial. The prone position is safe. Here are the Canadian studies. After everything you've heard, you already know now that not a single one of those studies ever examined anybody who had a knee on the neck. You know that. You also know that about these so-called prone studies, none of them actually measured what was the oxygen reserve. That is, how is the oxygen actually being affected by putting somebody in the prone position and any amount of weight on them? They never even measured it. You know that too, although that wasn't brought up when you were being told about the studies to show that the prone position is safe. You heard again about excited delirium. There was not a single witness who sat in that chair and gave you testimony under oath who told you that they felt that Mr. George Floyd suffered from excited delirium. Not one. One of the criteria for excited delirium is the person's impervious to pain. They don't feel pain. They're not people saying my neck hurts, my knee hurts, everything hurts. They're not grimacing because their wrist hurts for excited delirium. That's a fact. If that's a fact, why are we talking about it? Why isn't that said if you're going to be hearing about excited delirium? Then we turn to Dr. Baker, for example, where there's a discussion of homicide, and you were told that homicide was a medical term. That's not what Dr. Baker said. Dr. Baker said homicide means killed at the hands of another. It means at the hands of another is what homicide means. At the hands of another. And he was pretty clear in discussing the cause of death. He said it was cardiopulmonary arrest, complicating law enforcement, subdual, restraint, and neck compression. And he did explain what complicating means. He said it means in the environment of. So it reads as though it's called cardiopulmonary arrest in the environment of law enforcement subdual, restraint, and neck compression. What you were just told, and that was attributed to Dr. Baker, is that somehow he meant that this was an unexpected result. It was an unexpected result of the law enforcement subdual, restraint, and neck subdual, restraint, and neck compression. Dr. Baker didn't come in and talk to any of us about use of force by police officers. He's not in the mind of any police officer. It is not what he said. They were simply words that were put into his mouth, but you check your notes on what his testimony actually was, and you'll see that that wasn't it. You've heard now for the umpteenth time in this trial, what is the evidence on autopsy for asphyxia? If you're looking at the body tissues, you've heard it from witness after witness on the stand. I even pulled out big, giant, thick textbooks that even Dr. Fowler, the defense own expert, says these are reliable authorities on it. Every one of them says that in half or better of the cases where somebody has clearly died from insufficient oxygen, you don't see any evidence in the body tissues. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a fact. Now, if this is supposed to be about performing an honest assessment, looking at the totality of the evidence, how is that not mentioned to you in summarizing the evidence? How is it not mentioned to you? And I can't even stop there, because you were also told about the law that applies to this. You first told by Judge Cahill, and no question that was accurate. But then you were told by Mr. Nelson, no question that was not accurate. I'll tell you what I mean. When he was talking about causation, and he talks about fentanyl, heart failure, hypertension, and he said that we have to show beyond a reasonable doubt that none of these other factors played a role. That's not the law. And you don't have to believe me. You'll be able to read it yourself. You'll have the instructions there and see if Mr. Blackwell isn't telling you the truth. That what we need to show is that the defendant's actions were a substantial causal factor in his death. Doesn't have to be the only causal factor. Doesn't have to be the biggest substantial factor. It just has to be one of them. A substantial factor in the cause of death. And the instruction will say that the fact that other causes contribute to the death does not relieve the defendant of criminal liability. There can be other factors. In fact, Dr. Baker had a section, I think that was called Other Factors, and he was clear. Those other factors are not direct causes of the death. The direct cause was cardiopulmonary arrest that was in the environment of the police, subdual, restraint, and neck compression. Point blank. When I got back and got him to question him again after Mr. Nelson was finished, all I did was ask him about what he had written in his certificate on the case. Cause of death, cardiopulmonary arrest. Manner of death, homicide at the hands of another. He was crystal clear on it. He did not equivocate. But what you have gotten here is a number of what I'd call stories that once you analyze them and you once you analyze them and against the facts and evidence that you've heard, you'll see what I mean. Take, for example, the notion that Mr. Floyd dying of cardiopulmonary arrest, dying from low oxygen, was just coincidental. He just happened to die at the same time, in the same place, of factors completely unrelated to what Mr. Chauvin was doing with his subdual, restraint, and neck compression. That's a story, ladies and gentlemen, and defies common sense. I'll show you what I mean. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So if we just treat each day that Mr. Floyd lived. He was born October 14, 1973, and just made it a dot on a page. And we looked at over his lifetime. You'll see here, if we look over 10 years, 20, 30, 40 years, up to May 25th of 2020, that means that Mr. Floyd would have lived up to that day 17,026 days. Now, only one of these dots corresponds to May 25th. Only one of them. All the rest of these days, all the rest of these dots represent days that Mr. Floyd was living. He was breathing. He had a being. He was living. He was breathing and had a being with every single disorder that Mr. Nelson has chronicled. Each and every day. You know, with his struggles with opioid addiction, with his high blood pressure, etc. Every single day, except the one day. May 25th, that tiny little speck of a dot, and not even that whole day. Because as we know, there was a 10-minute segment, 9 minutes and 29 seconds, that he didn't survive. So in one day's time, there are 144 of those, 10-minute segments. And only one of them was the reason that Mr. Floyd failed to survive. And what happened in that space? Well, you know what happened. Ladies and gentlemen, that's where there was deadly force applied by Mr. Chauvin. We know it was deadly force because we heard from Officer Zimmerman on the stand, who told us it was deadly force. He said it's deadly force because it's force capable of killing a person, which makes it deadly force. Now, deadly force, ladies and gentlemen, once you see what Mr. Floyd was subjected to with this deadly force in the prone position, there are certain consequences or the risks that come with the prone position and the use of this kind of deadly force, and that primary risk is it affects your breathing. You heard that from witness after witness after witness. It affects your breathing, makes it harder to breathe. You put the subject into the prone recovery position as soon as possible because you don't want to affect their breathing, low oxygen. Do you have evidence of low oxygen here? There is evidence of low oxygen, ladies and gentlemen, that is medically unassailable, medically. Take, for example, the fact that Mr. Floyd had an anoxic seizure. That is, he's already unconscious, not breathing, and the body is simply having a twitching reflex. That anoxic seizure represents low oxygen to the brain. And that is what causes the anoxic seizure. But not only that, he suffered from, remember, PEA. And you remember we talked about the PEA, the pulseless electrical activity, PEA? The common cause of PEA is low oxygen. You can't fake it. You can't make that up. There's evidence of the low oxygen, and it would have been what would have proceeded from the use of this very kind of deadly force. And this deadly force took place, as we know, within the 9 minutes and 29 seconds. Now, you heard the statement that the state is seeking to ignore significant medical issues, and nothing could be further from the truth. What you heard from doctor after doctor, whether it's Dr. Langenfeld, the ER physician, Dr. Rich, the cardiologist, Dr. Tobin, that you've heard so much about, Dr. Smock, so many of the doctors you heard, that here's, and Dr. Baker also, and Dr. Thomas, here's where they all converge, is that they recognize, first and foremost, that there was a use of force by Mr. Chauvin that set off a number of things medically for Mr. Floyd that culminated in his death. Remember, he died of cardiopulmonary arrest. That means the heart has stopped and he's no longer breathing. Now, Dr. Baker will tell you that this stress to which Mr. Floyd was subjected in the subdual and the restraint by Mr. Chauvin and others was enough in, of, and by itself to explain Mr. Floyd's demise. When asked the question, what about his oxygen levels? Did he have insufficient oxygen? That's not something I can calculate as a forensic pathologist, said Dr. Baker. That's not something I can calculate as a forensic pathologist, said Dr. Fowler. And Dr. Thomas said the same thing. But the doctor, they said they would defer to pulmonologists in every case, which is who and what we have in Dr. Tobin, who did the calculations, who could tell you how much oxygen was in Mr. Floyd's body. And not only that, he could tell you that when he's put into the prone position, that his oxygen would have decreased by 24%. He can tell you that when weight was put on Mr. Floyd's back, the oxygen diminished to 43%. He can tell you that with the weight on his back, that the hypopharynx would have narrowed to 15% or lower, making it difficult for anyone to breathe through. He was able to tell you medically, scientifically, not only could Mr. Floyd not have survived this diminution in oxygen reserves and supply, but no human being could have survived it, based on the science. Based on the science. Now, if it's dismissed as theoretical, which is a word I think I heard, theoretical, well, it's the same theoretical that Dr. Fowler said that he would defer to someone else to create because he can't do it. And that's exactly what Dr. Tobin did. And so here, ladies and gentlemen, we're only required to show you that Mr. Chauvin's conduct was a substantial cause, a substantial factor in Mr. Floyd's death. Did he simply die automatically from and exclusively from the low oxygen? Ultimately, the low oxygen translates into not breathing and the heart stopping because we have cardiopulmonary arrest. Did it first impact the heart, then the heart stopped first? Ultimately, they both stopped because we have cardiopulmonary arrest, all stemming back to the subdual, restraint, and neck compression from Mr. Chauvin. They all agree that that was the precipitating point. And then from there, the stresses, the strains on Mr. Floyd's body, the low oxygen, culminated in his ultimate demise and his passing away. So I want to address kind of several other points on the heading of what I think are stories that you've heard versus I think the truths here. You know, when the case started, I think you all were asked and talked to about there being two sides to every story. Two sides to every story. Which is one of the most dangerous things, I think, about the process of truth, because it suggests that everything is simply reduced to a story. And if it is a story, that means there can be multiple sides to a story, and they can never be a truth or reality, except that what we're about here is getting to the truth, and not simply stories. Now, it is most certainly right, for example, for a police officer to take seriously this overarching mission of the police department, embracing the sanctity of life and protection of the public as the highest values. But it is equally wrong. It is equally wrong to take this badge, which is a symbol of a commitment to a higher calling to serve the people, to use this badge as a license to abuse the public, to mistreat the public, to not follow proper procedures, to not render aid when you should administer aid. That's wrong. That's not a story. That's simply wrong. And the only two sides to that would be the W and the G for that being wrong. Now, you have heard statements to the effect of Mr. Chauvin being concerned about the bystanders and about others. Well, if you are looking at the totality of the evidence, you have to bear in mind that at all relevant times here, there were 5 grown men police officers right there. And 4 right there on the scene. And then you got Officer Chang, who was there too. There's a radio to call for backup if they felt it was needed. You didn't hear any evidence about any call for backup at all. Now, there was a concern here that Mr. Chauvin was concerned. And I won't say much more about body language than has already been discussed, and you'll decide for yourself whether that was the face of one who was afraid at the time, because he had all of the power at this point. He had the bullets, guns, he had the mace that he threatened the bystanders with, he had backup, he had the badge, and he had all of it. And what was there to be afraid of here, particularly at this scene? There were 3 high school juniors there and a second grader who was going to the store to get candy. There was a high school senior who was taking her cousin to the store, a first responder on the scene. And there was Donald Williams, who wanted nothing more than to try to intervene to try to save Mr. Floyd's life. Mr. Charles McMillan, a 61-year-old man, that if I gave him a name, I would call him the mayor of the neighborhood. He just likes to see what's going on and to look out for things, but he was simply there to try to intervene to try to save Mr. Floyd's life. So this wasn't the face of fear or concern or worry. You've seen what the face of fear and worry looked like that day at that time. That's what fear and worry looked like. When Mr. George Floyd was well aware that with one wrong move of his hand, one turn in the wrong direction, and it could be his last turn, that he could be shot to death over an investigation around a fake $20 bill. That's fear. Now, you're told some stories about the bystanders and the suggestion that they were an unruly crowd. You've gotten to meet them now. You've gotten to meet 2/3 of ones who were there at that time. I described them earlier as a bouquet of humanity. And I call them that because they came in different ages, different genders, different races, and they all came together focused on the one thing, which was they saw that a human being they did not know was suffering, and they wanted to try to intervene to stop the suffering. And in that sense, they were not only symbols of the love and caring we want to encourage, but they were also something more than that. They were also symbols of what it means to respect this badge, because they were in a very difficult spot then. You saw them on the stand almost to the last one in tears. You felt the anguish even a year after the fact. They felt torn between their love for the sanctity of life itself that had them wanting to intervene to try to save Mr. Floyd's life, and on the other hand, their respect for the authority that the badge represents, for the city, for the state. They were torn between it. Now, the ultimate proof of this is if those bystanders did not respect this badge, they could very easily have taken the law into their own hands and simply have removed Mr. Chauvin. Then we wouldn't have to have any discussions about how reasonable it was for him to stay on a man's neck who wasn't even breathing. We wouldn't have to have any of these kinds of discussions at all. But none of them did that. None of them did that because they respected this badge even if it tore them up inside. None of them did that. Instead, they called the police on the police. Instead, they picked up their phones to memorialize what they were seeing so that it could not be forgotten and so that it could not be misrepresented. Instead, they waited for their day to come in and talk with you. Not, ladies and gentlemen, to tell their story, but to tell the truth about what they experienced. They didn't deserve to be called unruly because they weren't. And you will hear time and again, oh, the crowd was getting louder. Oh, the crowd was getting more agitated. Earlier in the trial, you hear, oh, they were getting angrier and angrier. And so we can't see somehow what it is they're getting upset around. The fact that a defenseless, helpless man is literally losing his life one breath at a time right in front of them, and there's nothing that they can do. If you love life, you get excited when you see life being taken, when that's your perception. That's what they were excited about. And if they all just simply wanted a donut in watching this, you might wonder what's wrong with them. That's why they were upset. So you felt their pain, you felt their sense of helplessness. What you heard about him was a story, ladies and gentlemen. And stories really are just excuses that get told.
The use of the word stories.
The fact of the matter is, ladies and gentlemen, that there can be no excuse for police abuse. And I'll be clear, ladies and gentlemen. I will tell you, if I think there's a fact that's been altered, I will tell you what it is. And that's all I ever mean when I say story. But there's no excuse, ladies and gentlemen, for police abuse. And you've heard any number of these. So let me walk through some of them. You've heard accounts that the traffic was distracting to Mr. Chauvin. Well, the fact was that you heard from the 911 dispatcher, Jenna Scurry, who was watching the scene. And she said that the officers remained in the same place, in the same positions, for so long. Medics took longer than Mr. Chauvin may have thought is certainly not a reason to either use excessive force or to abuse or to be indifferent to the fact that somebody is no longer breathing and doesn't have a pulse, that the paramedics took too long. You heard about the paraganglioma. The paraganglioma, which was also referred to as an incidentaloma, because that's how rare it is and insignificant it is. The hallmark of a paraganglioma, headaches. Mr. Floyd wasn't reporting headaches. So if you're going to talk about a paraganglioma, why don't you talk about the fact that you know the hallmark is headaches and he didn't have them? If this is about getting at the truth and as well performing an honest assessment, if that's what we're doing. The fact of the matter is, the paragangliomas, there have been 6 cases in reported history, all of reported history, where somebody had a sudden death from a paraganglioma, ever, period. Carbon monoxide. Now, other than Mr. Nelson saying that the car was turned on at the time, nobody from that witness stand, from the evidence in this case, said the police car was on. You did hear it was a hybrid vehicle. You know, how are we talking about carbon monoxide with a car that there's no evidence from the stand that the car was even on? If we're going to talk about carbon monoxide and give this a reasonable, honest assessment. But even more to the point about carbon monoxide that you just can't lose sight of. Whose car was it, ladies and gentlemen, that if Mr. Floyd is being subdued on the ground by Mr. Chauvin, and if he puts his face in front of a tailpipe of a car that's spewing out carbon monoxide, why isn't that an unreasonable use of force by an officer? In your custody is in your care. It's not in your custody, I don't care. In your custody is in your care. What reasonable police officer would apprehend someone on the ground, subdue them, and put their face in front of a tailpipe of a car and then think that's a defense? Here, not particularly fair. There's no evidence the car was ever even on. And you learned all you need to know, which was if he was suffering from carbon monoxide, as Dr. Tobin told you, you wouldn't be able to get a 98% oxygen saturation from the oxygen they gave him artificially. You heard about the fentanyl overdose. And with this one, you were just told, oh, earlier that afternoon, he was asleep in the car. Ladies and gentlemen, that's not the hallmark of somebody who dies from a fentanyl overdose. It isn't just that you took a nap and dozed off. If you pass away from a fentanyl overdose, you cannot be awakened. You are in a coma. If people are shaking you, it is to no avail. If we're doing an honest assessment of the facts, looking at the totality of the circumstances, if we're going to talk about fentanyl, death by fentanyl, or an overdose, why isn't that said? He does not fit the description of anyone who dies from a fentanyl overdose, and even Dr. Fowler conceded it. from the stand in terms of what a fentanyl overdose looks like. It does not look like somebody who's saying, I can't breathe. My neck hurts. My back hurts. Everything hurts. You know, you can't win. I'm not trying to win. That's not what happens when somebody is suffering or dying from a fentanyl overdose. They are completely non-responsive and not reactive at all. Methamphetamine. Ladies and gentlemen, what meth? There was so little of it that it was below the therapeutic levels that are given. You heard that from the toxicologist, from NMS, the laboratory that Hennepin County sends off the medical examiner pathology, not pathology, but blood samples to test for tox. He told you it was a minuscule amount of meth that was in his blood. And then we heard about the pills. Now, on cross-examination on the pills, I brought out the fact that what they were saying was a pill that he was taking in the car was just as likely chewing gum, and showed you just before he was in the car, he was chewing gum in the store, opened his mouth, you saw the same white substance in his mouth. But here's the deal about the pills. If we're really going to give this an honest assessment of the evidence, why are we talking about pills that are not in his system? We know what's in his bloodstream already. We know he struggles with an opioid addiction. Why are we talking about pills that we know were not in George Floyd? Why? You have to decide that for yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. Why is that even being brought up when we know what's in his bloodstream? What is the point? And you keep hearing drugs in the car, drugs in the car. And the drugs were one pill. One pill that was not in George Floyd. And then the suggestion that he was somehow taking it in handcuffs in the police car, which makes no sense. There was no evidence of George Floyd taking any pills in the police car at all. There was a pill found there. Only. You heard references in talking about Dr. Tobin and his 46 years of experience studying the way people breathe. But, you know, Mr. Chauvin's not a medical doctor. He doesn't have these years of experience and hours to pour over records. He didn't need it, ladies and gentlemen, because you know who else is not a medical doctor? 9-year-old girl is also not a medical doctor. You didn't need to be a medical doctor to understand that when somebody's saying, I can't breathe, and not just saying it, everything about them is showing that they can't breathe. And when that ends, they just are passed out. You don't need a PhD. You don't need an MD to understand how fundamental breathing is to life. And when somebody's saying, I cannot breathe, and they have passed out, and you're aware that they don't even have a pulse, even a 9-year-old little girl knows it. Get off of them. That's all you needed to know in that case. You, just a couple more of these, because I can't even do them all because there were so many. This concern that George Floyd would somehow come to again. He would come back around again. And they'll say, we didn't really mean superhuman strength, except maybe we really did mean superhuman strength, because he's going to have all this extra strength now, and he's going to do dastardly things. Now, we heard from 3 medical examiners, ladies and gentlemen, 3 of them. Between the 3 of them, they probably have done close to 15,000 autopsies. And not a single one of them testified about one instance ever where somebody who didn't even have a pulse somehow spontaneously came back to life, broke handcuffs, and rampaged the city. It's the facts of this case, not some other thing. Mr. Floyd didn't even have a pulse. That didn't justify keeping your knee on his neck when you should have been administering CPR when you could have brought him back to life again, because you're afraid that he would come to with no pulse and rampage the city. That's the sort of thing you see in Halloween movies, ladies and gentlemen, not in real life. Not in real life. The idea that Mr. Floyd suffered from a sudden death, which is what Dr. Fowler was saying. Now he'll say that Mr. Floyd had a fatal arrhythmia in the end. That's misleading in a way, because as you've heard from doctor after doctor, ultimately everybody dies in the end of a fatal arrhythmia. Everybody dies of cardiopulmonary arrest, the heart stops and the lung stops, and then the last thing that happens is, bloop, you get an arrhythmia, and then that's it. Now, is there any evidence that there was an arrhythmia as the primary cause of his death, unrelated to the subdual, restraint, and neck compression on the ground? Zero. There was zero evidence that he had a heart attack. Zero. In fact, his heart was in such normal condition that Dr. Baker, during the autopsy, didn't even have a need to photograph it intact because it was so normal. Now, Dr. Rich did not say anything akin to George Floyd having a normal heart. That's not what he said. What he said was that he had a strong heart. He had a strong heart. And what he meant by that is that he sees patients all the time who may be in need of transplants, who have serious cardiac disease, and they can't even get a normal blood pressure. And he talked to you about how George Floyd, having lived with this for some time, explains how it is that his body and its the arteries that serve the heart were able to compensate in the case of Mr. Floyd, and such that he did not die of a fatal arrhythmia, and there's no evidence that he died of any kind of a heart abnormality. Just two more of these things I just want to clarify. There was a lot of discussion about the police conduct. The situations can change rapidly from moment to moment. And on this, I don't want you at all to lose sight of, again, the facts here. That for the 9 minutes and 29 seconds, the problem was there was nothing moving or changing, no matter what. Whether Mr. Floyd was calling out for his life, whether he was motionless with an anoxic seizure, whether he had no pulse. There was no movement. There's no split-second decisions, no moment-to-moment. To the extent you're hearing that as representative of this case, it is not representative of this case, does not meet the facts of this case at all. So the fact of the matter is, ladies and gentlemen, the use of unreasonable force, the unreasonable use of force, is an assault. Here was an assault, and it contributed to the death of Mr. Floyd. Now, you were told with respect to the law that the state needs to show that Mr. Chauvin intended to act unlawfully or to break the law. Look at your instructions. That's not accurate. We will, in fact, and we own our burden of showing that he, in fact, acted unlawfully, but not having to prove that he intended to act unlawfully. We need only to show that he intended to do what he did, which was to put the knee on the neck, the knee on the back, and against the shoulder, that it wasn't an accident, and that we will show. And we own that burden. So there really aren't two sides to the story about whether this use of force was unreasonable. It was not authorized by the Minneapolis Police Department. The pressure on Mr. Floyd's neck did affect his ability to breathe, and I know that you were told when Mr. Nelson was just here that this was not a choke. It was not a chokehold, and that Donald Williams had suggested or so testified. And if you remember that testimony, Donald Williams disagreed with him every time and said that was in fact a chokehold, even on the one side, and he explained how that even works. And while Mr. Nelson quibbled with him, Donald Williams never gave that up in his testimony. So there aren't two sides to the story as to the unreasonable use of force. And when Mr. Floyd is saying, please, please, I can't breathe, 27 times in just a few minutes, you saw it when Mr. Chauvin did not let up and we didn't get up. Even when he passed out, not breathing anymore, he doesn't let up or get up. When he knows he doesn't have a pulse, he doesn't let up or get up. Even when the ambulance comes, he doesn't let up or get up even then. They have to come up and tap him before he will let up and get up off the body of Mr. George Floyd. And they try to resuscitate him in the ambulance, and they never do. He never regains consciousness. He never breathes again. His heart never pumps again. And Mr. George Floyd was deceased. So finally, ladies and gentlemen, I will sit down in a minute, but I wanted to save till the end what I thought was the biggest shading of the truth, or what I call story.
Reject to that, Your Honor, and
You'll disregard the phrase shading the truth.
Well, here's what I thought then was the largest departure from here, the evidence. I'll show it to you. You were told, for example, that Mr. Floyd died because his heart was too big. You heard that testimony. And now, having seen all the evidence, having heard all the evidence, you know the truth. And the truth of the matter is that the reason George Floyd is dead is because Mr. Chauvin's heart was too small.
The jury, if you'd grab your instructions again. And turn to page 11. Members of the jury, if you have any question about any part of the testimony or any legal question after you have retired for your deliberation, please address it to me in writing and give it to the sheriff's deputy with the juror number of your foreperson on the note. It will take some time to answer any questions because I will have to consult with the lawyers and receive their input before answering your question. I do not say this to discourage questions, but only to advise you that it will take some time to provide you with an answer. As I told you, you will take with you into the jury room copies of the instructions that I am reading to you. The lawyers and I have determined that these instructions contain all the laws that are necessary for you to know in order to decide the case. I cannot give you a trial transcript. No such transcript exists. We count on the jury to rely on its collective memory. You have been allowed to take notes during the trial, and you may take those notes with you into the jury room. You should not consider those notes binding or conclusive, whether they are your notes or those of another juror. The notes should be used as an aid to your memory and not as a substitute for it. It is your recollection of the evidence that should control. You should disregard anything contrary to your recollection that may appear from your own notes or those of another juror. You should not give any greater weight to a particular piece of evidence solely because it is referred to in a note taken by a juror. Now, we all have feelings, assumptions, perceptions, fears, and stereotypes about others. Some biases we are aware of, and others we might not be fully aware of, which is why they are called implicit or unconscious biases. No matter how unbiased we think we are, our brains are hardwired to make unconscious decisions. We look at others and filter what they say through the lens of our own personal experience and background. Because we all do this, we often see life and evaluate evidence in a way that tends to favor people who are like ourselves or who have had life experiences like our own. We can also have biases about people like ourselves. One common example is the automatic association of male with career and female with family. Bias can affect our thoughts, how we remember what we see and hear, whom we believe or disbelieve, and how we make important decisions. As jurors, you are being asked to make an important decision in this case. You must, 1, take the time you need to reflect carefully and thoughtfully about the evidence. 2, think about why you are making the decision you are making and examine it for bias. Reconsider your first impressions of the people and the evidence in this case. If the people involved in this case were from different backgrounds, for example, richer or poorer, more or less educated, older or younger, or of a different gender, gender identity, race, religion, or sexual orientation, would you still view them and the evidence the same way? 3, listen to one another. You must carefully evaluate the evidence and resist and help each other resist any urge to reach a verdict influenced by bias for or against any party or witness. Each of you have different backgrounds and will be viewing this case in light of your own insights, assumptions, and biases. Listening to different perspectives may help you to better identify the possible effects these hidden biases may have on decision making. And 4, resist jumping to conclusions based on personal likes or dislikes, generalizations, gut feelings, prejudices, sympathies, stereotypes, or unconscious biases. The law demands that you make a fair decision based solely on the evidence, your individual evaluations of that evidence, your reason and common sense, and these instructions. When you return to the jury room to discuss this case, you must select a jury member to be foreperson. That person will lead your deliberations. In order for you to return a verdict, whether guilty or not guilty, each juror must agree with that verdict. Your verdict must be unanimous. You should discuss this case with one another and deliberate with a view towards reaching agreement if you can do so without violating your individual judgment. You should decide the case for yourself, but only after you have discussed the case with your fellow jurors and have carefully considered their views. You should not hesitate to re-examine your views and change your opinion if you become convinced they are erroneous. But you should not surrender your honest opinion simply because other jurors disagree or merely to reach a verdict. Now, a single verdict form for each count has been prepared for your use, and when you have finished your deliberations and have reached a verdict as to a specific count, the foreperson should mark the appropriate choice on the form with an X, and then date and sign the verdict form, filling in the foreperson's juror number on the indicated line, and then signing the foreperson's name on the second line. And just so you know, the forms look like this. So there's very little to add, just an X, your juror number of the foreperson, and the foreperson's signature. The order in which the guilty and not guilty choices appear on the verdict forms is strictly alphabetical and should not in any way be considered as indicating which choice is the correct choice. When all the verdict forms are completed, the forms should be placed in the provided envelope, sealed and given to the deputy, who will convey the verdicts to the court. At a time designated by the court, your verdict will be read out loud in the courtroom in your presence. During your deliberations, you must not let bias, prejudice, passion, sympathy, or public opinion influence your decision. You must not consider any consequences or penalties that might follow from your verdict. You must not be biased in favor of or against any party or witness because of his or her disability, gender, race, religion, ethnicity, sexual orientation, age, national origin, or socioeconomic status. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence presented and the law that I give you. Your like or dislike of any witness, attorney, or party should not have an effect on the outcome of the case. The state of Minnesota and the defendant have a right to demand, and they do demand, that you will consider and weigh the evidence, apply the law, and reach a just verdict, regardless of what the consequences might be. You must be absolutely fair. Remember that it is fair to find the defendant guilty if the evidence and the law require it. On the other hand, it is fair to find the defendant not guilty if you are not convinced of his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, members of the jury, the case is in your hands as judges of the facts. I am certain that you realize that this case is important and serious and therefore deserves your careful consideration. Deputy? Do you swear that you will keep these jurors together, separate from all other persons, and that you will not allow anyone to communicate with them or overhear their deliberations, that you will not make any comment to them about the law or the facts in this case, and that you will not disclose to anyone except this court anything which you may learn from their deliberations?
I do.
Thank you. Members of the jury, you're going to go with the deputy now back to your usual room, including jurors 96 and 118. You, however, will be diverted to my office. You are our alternates and will not be a part of the deliberations, but I would like to talk to you a little bit, so you can go with the remainder of the jury, but follow the sheriff deputy instructions. All rise for the jury. Be seated. We're still on the record. All right, a couple of things. I know the defense was in the process, I think, of making expressing a concern or an objection to counsel's argument belittling the defense. Is that what I correctly perceived that objection? I think we dealt with it sufficiently during the objections during the rebuttal, so there will be no additional instruction in that regard.
I do believe that it constitutes prosecutorial misconduct and is potentially basis for grounds for a mistrial.
Okay, I think the word nonsense is what you're talking about originally.
Originally, Your Honor, but then in rebuttal there were repeated comments about how we were, and implications that we were shading was one.
All right, a couple of things. I know the defense was in the process, I think, of making expressing a concern or an objection to counsel's argument belittling the defense. Is that what I correctly perceived that objection? I think we dealt with it sufficiently during the objections during the rebuttal, so there will be no additional instruction in that regard.
I do believe that it constitutes prosecutorial misconduct and is potentially basis for grounds for a mistrial.
Okay, I think the word nonsense is what you're talking about originally.
Originally, Your Honor, but then in rebuttal there were repeated comments about how we were, and implications that we were shading was one example, that we were creating Halloween stories was another example, that these were stories, and that was a repeated comment. Stated that we misrepresented facts and put words into Dr. Baker's mouth, that we made several statements that they put forth as stories. After the court instructed him to stop using the word stories, he clarified that it's just fabricated facts. And so there were multiple references to that we were shading the truth, right? I mean, and again, so multiple objections. This is essentially governed by State versus McDaniel. The final argument to the jury of prosecutor is governed by a unique set of rules which differ significantly from those governing counsel in civil suits and even those governing defense counsel in the very same criminal trial. These special rules follow directly from the prosecutor's inherently unique role in the criminal justice system, which mandates that the prosecutor not act as a zealous advocate for criminal punishment, but as the representative of the people in an effort to seek justice. For example, that when a prosecutor argues that a defense is meritless, she cannot belittle the defense either in the abstract or suggesting that the defense was raised because it was the only defense that would succeed. So there's lots of law in this, Your Honor, and essentially these comments, the repeated comments, constitute prosecutorial misconduct.
I'll note for the record that I overruled the first objection when Mr. Blackwell used the word story because it was isolated and in its context it did not seem to me to be belittling. However, the continued use of it, I did sustain the ultimate objection that counsel made to the use of the word stories and instructed the jury to disregard it. Also on shading the truth, that I sustained the objection and instructed the jury to disregard it. I'm not making any findings as to whether it was the type of prosecutorial misconduct that would result in a mistrial. I think it was adequately addressed by the court's instruction to disregard. All right. With regard to other matters we have, I think there were some bench conferences that that are fairly historical that you wanted to memorialize, but also a new motion based on events this weekend. Mr. Nelson.
Correct, Your Honor. Your Honor, as the court is aware, and as prior to coming into court this morning for closing arguments, we had an in-chambers discussion about events of this weekend, specifically referencing that an elected official United States congressperson was making what I interpreted to be, and what I think are reasonably interpreted to be, threats against the sanctity of the jury process, threatening and intimidating a jury, demanding that if there's not a guilty verdict, that there would be further problems, Your Honor. And given the fact that this jury has not been sequestered, it has been my position all along throughout the course of this case that this jury should have been sequestered at the outset. The jury has not been continually told to stay away from media, only media about this case. There is a high probability that members of this jury have seen these comments, are familiar with these comments, and things that have happened throughout the course of this trial. I mean, it's unfortunate that there was another situation that occurred during the course of this trial. But obviously, Your Honor, we also, as I mentioned previously too, one of the jurors does live in the city, Brooklyn Center, as I recall.
Although I think that is the alternate we just dismissed.
I do not believe so. I
thought it was, but go ahead.
Now I'd have to go back and double check my notes. So, Your Honor, I mean, I just think that the sum total of this trial happening in such a public context, number one. Number two, while all of this, I mean, the media attention is profound. I have admittedly stayed away from 99% of it, but that has required me to stay away from all media. I mean, this case has found its way into even fictional television, Your Honor. There were I was advised of 2 television shows in the course of the past few days that specifically involved references to this particular case and the reactions of the characters in these stories to this particular case. This jury has, despite all best efforts, has been bombarded with information relevant to this case. It is impossible to stay away from it unless you literally shut off your phone, or you shut off your TV, you shut off your computer, and no such instructions have been given during the course of this trial.
Well, to be fair, the last few times I've advised them, I told them don't watch the news. Pure and simple.
Right, but if you can't even watch your favorite Thursday night television program and it comes up, I mean, this is the problem, right? And why I have felt that this jury should have been sequestered from the very beginning.
Understood.
To make that clear. And so I had moved, based on this, again, for a mistrial. The idea is that it is a public trial. I think the court has accomplished that, but the media attention is so profound. It is such a, it is such a modern comparison. I mean, it's such a modern problem to have, where literally I walked from this courtroom into the courtroom where I've been permitted to stay. During the course of this trial, I've received literally thousands and thousands and thousands of emails. So much so that I don't even look at that particular email anymore. So, but my phone gives me alerts on things that just happened. I mean, you can't avoid it. And it is so pervasive that it is, I just don't know how this jury, it can really be said to be that they are free from the taint of this. And now that we have U.S. representatives threatening acts of violence in relation to this specific case, it's mind-boggling to me, Judge.
Well, I'll give you that Congresswoman Waters may have given you something on appeal that may result in this whole trial being overturned. But what's the state's position?
Your Honor, the state's position, first and foremost, and this is a concern I raised at the beginning of the proceedings, well into jury selection, is that we can't allow statements like this, vague statements, to be considered a part of the record on appeal. If there's a specific statement that a specific U.S. representative made, then there needs to be some sort of formal offer of proof with the exact quotes of the exact statement, or some kind of a declaration. And I'm sure Mr. Nelson can do that if he thinks that that's something that's appropriate. I don't know that this particular representative made a specified threat of violence. I don't know what the context of the statement is. I also don't know what television shows Mr. Nelson is referring to in terms of any of this. And so I just don't think that we can muddy the record with vague allegations as to things that have happened without, very specific evidence that's being offered before the court. As a practical matter, through the jury selection process, the court has provided instructions, has determined whether or not there are any outside influences. The law presumes that the jury follows the judge's instructions, and the court has instructed the jury today that they're not to let any outside influences or public opinion sway their deliberation. And the law presumes that they would be capable of doing that. And so without any sort of specific offer of proof or information in the record, without any specific evidence that this particular jury was influenced in any particular way, I believe that the defendant's motion should be denied.
And Your Honor, I make my comments, in the context of this is all such an evolving situation. Obviously, I spend my weekend preparing for closing remarks, and I certainly can supplement the record with news articles. I can supplement the record with the storylines of the particular shows that were brought to my attention. So I'm making it to note the record at this particular point, and I can certainly supplement them.
Yeah, you can supplement the record with whatever media reports. I'm aware of the media reports. I'm aware that Congresswoman Waters was talking specifically about this trial and about the unacceptability of anything less than a murder conviction, and talk about being confrontational, but you can submit the press articles about that. This goes back to what I've been saying from the beginning. I wish elected officials would stop talking about this case, especially in a manner that is disrespectful to the rule of law and to the judicial branch and our function. I think if they want to give their opinions, they should do so in a respectful and in a manner that is consistent with their oath to the Constitution, to respect a co-equal branch of government. Their failure to do so, I think, is abhorrent, but I don't think it has prejudiced us with additional material that would prejudice this jury. They have been told not to watch the news. I trust they are following those instructions, and that there is not in any way a prejudice to the defendant beyond the articles that we're talking specifically about the facts of this case. A congresswoman's opinion really doesn't matter a whole lot. Anyway, so motion for mistrial is denied. With regard to, there was a report that counsel were made aware of a few days ago that a juror may have been talking to a major media outlet. We checked with that major, and it appeared right from the beginning that it was third-hand, hearsay, telephone game. That media outlet, in fact, took it very seriously, did a nationwide contact of all of its reporters and staff to check out any veracity, and there apparently is none whatsoever. Nobody from this major media outlet made any contact, and I find that credible, and so just for the record, I pass that along. Now, I think we still have the memorialization, but we also have to talk about a Blakely waiver.
Yes, Your Honor. So a couple of things. In terms of the memorialization of the sidebars and the objections, we had previously provided, and we had suggested that we provided our memorandum of the objections that the defense had made at sidebars. I am going to propose, rather than just simply reading through and taking an hour's time, that we submit those objections in writing now that
right.
happened, and in consultation with the state, and they can include their objections that we did not include.
It'd be nice to include just essentially a stipulated pleading that sets out what the objection was and what the court's ruling. There's no need to repeat what the arguments were. The only thing that you need to preserve for appeal is what the objection was and what the court's ruling was. So I would encourage both parties to get together and figure that out and file it reasonably quickly. I mean, it doesn't have to be today, tomorrow, or even the next day, but just to get on it while our memories are fresh.
And if there's a discrepancy between the memories, Your Honor, I'm expecting that we're going to be able to come up with a stipulated document, but if there's anything that needs to be set out, we can just indicate our contrary memories of that, and it should be pretty straight.
Absolutely. I think that would be the best way to memorialize this in any case. All right. Other than Blakely, do we have any other issues to make a record of?
No, Your Honor. I think we just need to have some administrative discussions about questions, timing.
And we can do that in a chambers discussion. All right. With regard to Blakely.
Sure. I have not yet had Mr. Chauvin execute the written waiver. Again, I do have it. We can print it and get that taken care of. But I can do an oral waiver now if the court.
If you would.
So, Mr. Chauvin, you can take your mask off. Mr. Chauvin, you're aware that during the course of these proceedings, the state has filed what's called the Blakely notice, or a notice to seek an aggravated sentence, correct?
Yes.
I have explained to you the bases on which the state is seeking to have an aggravated sentence imposed in the event of a conviction on any one of the counts here, correct?
Correct.
We've discussed those, and I have specifically advised you that you have a right to have a jury decide whether or not the state has proven those grounds for an aggravated sentence beyond a reasonable doubt. You have a right to have a jury decide if you violate it, right?
Correct.
And I've advised you that the state has to prove those grounds beyond a reasonable doubt.
Correct.
And we can waive that right and allow, if you're convicted, we can waive your right to a trial and allow the judge to make those determinations. I've advised you about that, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you want a jury to make a decision about the proof required for the aggravated factors if there's a conviction, or are you willing to waive your right to a trial on those matters and allow Judge Cahill to make those decisions?
I'm willing to waive it and have Judge Cahill decide on those issues.
Mr. Chauvin, again, I'm going to address you individually because this is another one of the decisions you have to make for yourself. This is a waiver of your jury trial right when it comes to aggravating factors. Normally, we would submit a verdict form with interrogatories with a question and yes or no options, and that's what generally the jury would consider. In order to say yes, the jury would have to be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof does not change. It's only that I'm going to be the one who's answering those yes and no questions. It was always true that based on whatever the answers are to those, that I would be the one deciding if they constitute legally substantial and compelling circumstances, and we would expect briefs from both sides on that. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
So basically, I will be answering those verdict form questions instead of the jury, applying the standard of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Is that what you want to have happen?
Yes, sir.
All right. I would ask that you file a written Blakely waiver in addition.
We will, Your Honor.
All right.
I just have a question on the form that was provided, and we can, again, it's an administrative question.
Right. It's an administrative memorialization, so you can do that off the record. All right. Counsel, I'm going to talk with basically give instructions to the alternates. Give me 20 minutes, and then why don't you come on back. All right? Otherwise, we are in recess until we hear from the jury.
you can essentially buy, sell crypto